People can come late and they said, I thought I was late because before we even got started. So they don't appear now come late. I've been actually thinking I was late. So being about the time you should be there, not in place, you reach somewhere and before people are not started. So we have our program on this is the 2-day meeting, and if it's already coming to 10, it means that we should be having something like practice. So we have not yet earned that tea, so we need to start from where we should have started, such that by that time we have the tea at the right time. So as per the proposed agenda, we have an opening prayer, which is a given. We have to read the prayer before we start the day. The participants' expectations that will be led by the Secretariat. Purpose of the retreat. We shall have remarks from the National Focal Point with Bob Kazungu. Then I think when we do those three, we shall be able to break for the tea. Some people it will be breakfast, others will be break tea. So after that, we have some changes we shall be making on that agenda program. We have some adjustments we are proposing. So we could start by that initial. We call it the preliminaries. But I'm seeing that we have prayer and self-introductions. So I just volunteer to lead us in a word of prayer. I would have done it because of the should not think that I'm taking over any roles.
Okay, let's humble ourselves for the prayer. Almighty God, we thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for the body of this here. For this meeting, we commit deliver assurance.
Transport services. I'm part of the Red Plus Secretariat. So safeguards. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Xavier Nindo, and I work with Emily as the specialist for safeguards. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Fauza Namkuveli. I work with Ministry of Water and Environment, and I'm also a member of the Secretariat.
Stephen, I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment, Climate Change Department as a senior climate change officer. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jane Ariamo. I'm a sociologist with Ministry of Water and Environment. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Nachinji Eva. I'm a forest officer and I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment.
I'm Gabriel Cattle. I work with the Ministry of Water.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Irene Anyondo. I am a senior forest officer with the Forestry Sector Support Department of Ministry of Water and Environment.
Good morning, everyone. I am Patrick Iglot, Senior Forest Officer in the Ministry.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kurutuna Pima and I work with MD.
Good morning, everyone. I work with MD.
Good morning. I'm Princess Prescovian. I work as a sociologist in the Ministry of Water and Environment, Forest Sector Support Department.
Good morning, everyone. Derek Okundo, work as the Forest Officer with the Forest Sector Support Department.
Good morning. My name is Irene Nambozo, your class admin assistant.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Miriam Kawala. I work with MD.
Okay, thank you. I think you take note that it is mainly the Minister of the Environment and Economy. This should have been an internal meeting. We knew that keeping you in reserve, you will so we said let us come and close ourselves in a room outside office so that we look through some documents and own them as the ministry. So back to the program, we have expectations from the participants, and I want to ask Miriam to take lead on this.
Again, the expectations are passed taking notes to everyone. So you just note down what your expectations for the meeting are. And then we shall collect them later as the meeting goes on. Thank you.
So as we fill those sticker notes, we shall be going through the purpose of the retreat, why we are here, objectives, and then at the end of that, then that's where we shall be picking those sticker notes.
Protocol result, everyone, gentlemen, welcome, and good morning once again. And I introduced myself earlier, Miriam Kawala. I work with MD as a junior secret specialist. And I want to thank you for honoring our invitation to this retreat and taking off time of your schedule to be part of this review for this documents. That is the trees monitoring report and the trees registration documents, the plan of conformance, and the second summary of information. So I want to take this opportunity to express gratitude to the UN REDD program through the the United Nations Environment Program, for the support to implement the REDD Plus in Uganda with the aim to increase results-based payment in Uganda. As we all might know, that Uganda joined the Global Voluntary Carbon Program, known as the Architecture for REDD Plus transactions. We refer to that as ART, which is a global voluntary carbon program to register, verify, and issue high-quality REDD Plus emission reduction credits to countries and jurisdictions. The program seeks to incentivize governments to reduce emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, as well as restore forests and protect intact forests. That is the application for REDD plus transactions, operates a high integrity standard for measuring, monitoring, verifying, and crediting, known as the REDD plus Environmental Excellence Standards. We refer to that as trees. To address the safeguards requirements of art trees and lowering emissions by accelerating forest finance, which we refer to as LEAF, Uganda needs to develop documents to be submitted for the trees registration stage. And the documents that need to be developed are the ones I mentioned to be able to register for the trees, the art trees. So by joining art trees and adhering to the REDD plus Environmental Excellence Standards, Uganda is working to ensure that the credibility and high quality of emissions reduction credits. Significant progress has been made, including the development of the second summary of information, a trees registration document, trees monitoring report, as well as the plan of performance for the safeguard outcome indicators, as we shall see as the meeting proceeds. The application of safeguards is an important element of REDD plus implementation and a key requirement for accessing reserve-based payment, which requires ownership by the country, engagement of key stakeholders, as well as better understanding of safeguard requirements of trees and leaf. We hope that this retreat will provide a platform to qualify and assure that safeguards related documents and second summary of information to provide input to the plan of conformance that will be shared later on, and to discuss the revised inception report of the mapping of non-state entities interested in acquiring high integrity emission reduction credits. On behalf of Emily, I extend my sincere appreciation to the Ministry of Water and Environment, the REDD Plus Secretariat, and UNEP under the UN World Program for entrusting us to deliver this activity. We look forward to further cooperation in advancing Uganda's REDD Plus strategy. Thank you once again for dedicating your time to participate in this review retreat, and I wish us productive discussions and meaningful outcomes. Thank you so much.
Yourself as a junior consultant, but you spoke with the senior consultant. We shall look into that for this meeting. Okay, we are here to review some of the documents that we expect to be submitting sometime this year. And so we will not get tired of speaking about these documents whenever we meet, because we are interested with the responsibility of creating awareness and making people know where we are in this process. So a lot has been done, especially on the registration documents. And likely today we are going to concentrate more on where we are, especially on the registration document and the plan of conformance. And less about the monitoring report, although it is supposed to go along with those ones. And then the other deliverables that we are doing, working on with Emily, will be discussed tomorrow. So we bring apologies from the National Focal Point Board, pending an equally important meeting related to this as well in Nairobi. So he's not physically here, but he's going to make his remarks from wherever he is. That's where now technology makes life easier, and it sometimes gives some opportunities. So we are going to listen to his comments, make his remarks, the opening remarks, and then we shall move to the next steps.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from Nairobi, Kenya. I would have loved to join you physically at the retreat at the Sela Hotel, but I'm not able to do so because I'm engaged in some official business related to the work we do back home on carbon markets. I was given a special invitation at a retreat of the UNEP's carbon markets cluster, which is taking place here at the UNEP headquarters in Nairobi. I wish to appreciate the work that Emily is doing on behalf of the REDD Secretariat, and also appreciate the team of experts that we have at the REDD Secretariat that is very busy ensuring that Uganda becomes ready to participate in issuance of art trees credits. I wish to reiterate that the current process to engage in art trees comes from the realization that Uganda, having become ready for REDD Plus implementation or resource-based payments phase of REDD Plus, means that we are able to participate in the carbon market space as a country and take advantage of the readiness that we have for REDD Plus. Indeed, because Uganda has demonstrated that you are able to have our water elements in place, we are able to have the supportive frameworks like the feedback previous redress mechanism for REDD Plus. We've been able to initiate preparation of subnational jurisdictional emission reduction programs through preparation of 2 emission reduction pins for the Albertine and Choka water management zone. We've demonstrated that we are able to have gender action plans for REDD Plus, being able to have safeguards related documents, including the strategic environmental and social assessment documents, including the environmental and social management framework for REDD Plus for the readiness phase. We've been able to submit in 2020 and being the first African tropical country to submit results of REDD Plus through a technical annex to the biannual update report. We've been able to be among the first countries, and actually the first country in Africa, to share our national forest inventory, micro and metadata with the farm catalog of the FAO. We've been able to share the summary of information report showing how we complied with the Cancun safeguards requirements during the readiness phase from the period 2008 to 2020. We've been able to be the first African country to benefit from the GCF REDD Plus resource-based payments pilot program, and currently preparing the proposal. Just like 3 other countries of Vietnam, Laos, and PNG, we are one of the few countries that is benefiting from the current UN REDD program support led by UNEP. alongside FAO and UNDP, which we are aligning our workshop frameworks and other elements of frameworks to the requirements of the R3s, both for the safeguards and carbon accounting, through preparation of the trees registration document and the trees monitoring report. And I think with all that, we are privileged actually that capacity has been built among the staff at REDD Secretariat, including the entities that provide support on MRP, like the National Forest Authority. And we really are enjoying all that. So with the current support we have at the UN REDD program, it was observed and found prudent that we need to demonstrate that the processes that we are doing has undergone real expert reviews ahead of any further submissions. And one of the things that we decided to do with the REDD Secretariat is to organize a retreat to make sure that we spend some time to look at our safeguard document that we're preparing with the unit component safeguards component support. Please registration document and please contact reports. We also have the second summary of information report, whose draft we received. We're also trying to look at our roadmap and review our roadmap for REDD+ resource-based payments. And we have an inception report that we want to review during this retreat. And any other technical aspects that will arise as we gather during this retreat. And so the retreat basically is aimed at looking at those documents, but also to reflect a little bit more on the current work stream that we have at the UN REDD program. But I will also challenge the team that is going to participate in this retreat to also reflect on some of the current global developments on Article 6.2, 6.4, and how REDD+ and voluntary carbon markets fits into there. Just sort of a reflection of that, and of course relating that to the process of preparing the third national determined contribution for Uganda, the NDC 3, and how that relates and fits into the equation of carbon markets, and also the conversation that we were always talking about on benefit sharing and how Uganda is prepared for that, and so how the REDD+ will play within the space of implementing the recently gazetted climate change mechanism regulations. So I challenge the team to look beyond just the documents and spare some 1 or 2 hours of reflection, and also reflect on how we are generally coordinating the REDD+ processes. I would love to be with you, just like I mentioned, but I'm not able to. Didn't want us to postpone this retreat because it's very important, because we have obligations to meet with our colleagues here in Nairobi from the UNEP in terms of sharing of final documents that shall accrue from the discussions within the retreat. And so I would want to thank you all for having accepted to get into some closed doors and refinements of our documents. And having said that, I wish to relay greetings from the UNEP team here, Mami and Sarah Beard and Michael Murafa, and even the team, the Walter Ward, the team from the legislative side were supporting the REDD program support at UNEP here in Nairobi. I wish to lay our heartfelt greetings to you and thank you for the work that is going on. And just to mention that they are working around the clock to make sure that we have the next tranche of the financing come through, having submitted the both narrative and financial report for the first phase. So I want to thank you very much and wish you all the best at the retreat, and we shall touch base with each other next week. Please don't forget that we've missed our Red Plus coordination meeting, which is supposed to be the first Tuesday of every month, and we hope to push it within the coming days. We shall agree on when to have it. I want to thank you, and may God bless you, and wish you nice and fruitful deliberations at the retreat. Thank you so much.
Are we done with the remarks? Okay, we thank you both for the comments. And I think he has given us the whole history of where we are coming from without asking for any reactions, but it's not here to respond to the reactions. Unless we get comments and reserve him for his response, or if someone in the room can. Do you have any reflections on what he has said so far? You see, at the end of it all, we have been looking for a way that we have as many colleagues within the ministry be part of this process to avoid scenarios where they ask information and you say, Bob is not around. Yeah, so we want to own this whole thing, that you can be somewhere and speak authoritatively. I mean, last week was in Ginger and they were bombarding her questions about this, and she was able to answer them. So that is what we want to encourage, that when you are talking about self-guards, the self-guards man is not here. Right? We should be part of this. So it is a long journey that we have moved, and I must say that steady progress, especially on the component of safeguards that is being supported by UNEP. We are closely following up on the other aspects that are being done by FAO and UNDP, because they feed into the registration documents. And so we are progressing to finalize these other sections, but we know that we shall be having the others as well. And some of you have been participating in the monthly meetings that we hold on the updates, where the three agencies meet and we update on where we are. In case some of you has not been part, maybe in the next online meeting we shall invite you. So that is it for the remarks and the reason why we are here. So we had agreed that we were going to have our expectations come through. And when we are done with that section, we will break off for tea and we dive into the registration documents. So Miriam, come back and finalize that bit. Not going to read them, just collect and that is it. And we now break tea ready.
hope I can read this nice handwriting. The first expectation says safeguard standard documents, how far? And then the other comment is carbon sequencing, comma, benefit sharing. Carbon sequencing, comma, benefit sharing. We understood that one. The other expectation is scrutinize the plan of conformance, comma, second summary of information report. The other one, I anticipate being reminded of the necessary safeguards. And then the other one is I expect to learn more of the trees standard. The other comment, safeguards. Better understanding between art and trees and related safeguards. And the other one is to learn and add value to draft safeguards documents. Then other comment is deeper understanding of the safeguard requirements under art trees and how Uganda is aligning with these standards. The second expectation is insights on how the documents ensure compliance with social and environmental safeguards. The other expectation is I expect to understand the summary of information very well by the end of the workshop. Then the other one is understand more of the trees registration document. The second expectation, trees monitoring report and the plan of conformance. So understand more of the trees registration document, trees monitoring report, and the plan of conformance. The other one is an overview of the documents, trees registration and soil. Then what is needed for finalizing these documents and how far have we reached? Then trees monitoring and plan of conformance documents and also the safeguards performance. Then the finalization of the registration document. Then review of the trees registration document and second soil. Then to share the document and explain how I made corrections. To share the document and explain how I made corrections to registration plan of conformance. And then the second one is to share my thoughts on updated roadmap and second summary of safeguards. Then the last one is clear understanding of compliance and best practices, update on safeguards reporting template, if any. And then the third one is navigation through incident risk reporting and mitigation procedures. These are the expectations we receive. Navigation through incident risk reporting and mitigation procedures. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the last one we may not talk about it. Incident risk reporting. We do incident reporting at project implementation level, but whoever is interested, you can have a one-on-one. And listen and say also they want to know what incident reporting is about. But anyway, we have a senior safeguard specialist who has had your expectations. And I will request that when he gets to the floor, not only should he be talking about those, because somebody is already asking art, then trees, then what? These are terminologies that are confusing to most of us, and we have to keep going over them until we all grasp them. So maybe we shall start from there as we also get to understand what safeguard requirements there are that we need to address, and then we shall dive into where we are, as well as talk about what is expected. So we shall ask ourselves at the end of tomorrow whether the expectations will have been met. And take note that most of the discussions about the soil will be for tomorrow, but the other legislation documents shall take the rest of the day. I think the team is not very ready, but I've been advised that we would have a group photo outside. By the time we come back, it should be ready. So we should be guided where exactly. So we just move out there and have that photo. I am sharing with you the trees registration document. In the sample on the phone, we wait for half. Me pick my coffee also. So the way we are arranging this discussion, we have two documents we are reviewing together. The first document is called the trees registration document, and it is a table. It has the things to fill in. So most of the things were already completed during the last phase of the support we received from UNEP. So the team, actually it is the same team that is here, reviewed it and shared it with the UNEP technical team. So the UNEP technical team works with another organization called the UCMC, and together they also share some inputs. And so this exchange has been going on until we were also brought on board. So the last version of that exchange contained comments, which were like the most recent comments, which were late last year and part of this year. And so what I will be sharing with you are the way we addressed those comments. And the request I have is that I would not open what had already been agreed, so that when there is no comment, we leave it to pass until they have another look at it and say that we have forgotten what we had told you, we are now changing. If that is the consensus, then I will go slowly and reach you at the comment and mention it. But I will be walking, showing you the different sections of the trees registration. Then, accompanying the trees registration is what is called plan of conformance. The plan of conformance is nothing different from the components of the trees registration. It is just one of the indicators. So each of the themes which is responding to each of the safeguards of Cancun has an indicator. Now, there are three types of indicators. One is called structure, the other one is called process, and the third one is called outcome. Now, the outcome indicator in our case was requesting activities, impacts of what we have implemented. But since we have not implemented REDD, then we didn't have what to respond to. Instead, we prepared, like we used to do in history, had it been in Ngoni, this was going to be my answer. If you can recall that part of history. So we prepared what we would want to be observed as indicators, as evidence of the impact of implementing world-class activities with respecting and promoting the safeguards. This part of the sharpening, they ask, is it okay now? I am on the section of sharpening the axe. They say if you are shown a tree, don't rush to cut it. Take a lot of time to sharpen the axe. And by the time we choose to cut the tree, it will be easy. So that is how we will work. So on that plan of conformance, that is the accompanying document, which gives how we handled the future evidence, we call them parameters and variables, which would show that actually REDD+ implementation activities have reached what they intended to. Okay.
So we have, it will be okay for us to go back a bit because I remember from the presentation, I think people even were asking about what art is, what is, what are the safeguards requirements, where are we, and what.
Is that the road you want me to take?
Yes.
To start with?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. My colleague actually mentioned part of it, but there's no harm in mentioning it. And these ones are usually done for the recording purposes, but the room is small enough for us to talk. So, when countries agreed on REDD+, they put conditions for that REDD+ being successful. Those conditions were called safeguards. They also put a second paragraph, which they said was not conditions, but was guidance. We never mentioned it. It was actually paragraph 1, and then these conditions of safeguards was paragraph 2. So those conditions of safeguards are 7, and many of you have been listening through them. One of them, for example, states that the REDD+ activities should complement the country's forest activities. The second one says that countries should look at their governance of forestry sector and find a way of what they call policy approaches that would improve that governance. And developing countries said in anticipation of positive incentives. So then the other safeguards which were listed, one of them, for example, is on indigenous peoples, another one is on participation, another one is on biological diversity conservation, another one is on reversals, and another one is displacement. So those 7 safeguards were done by countries which accepted to do REDD, and to do REDD, countries needed to do 4 activities. Activity 1 was called preparation of a national strategy. Activity 2 was preparation of the baseline. You have been hearing the commissioner was calling it the forest reference emissions level. And then the 4th one was the preparation of a system for information on safeguards. You must have heard of SIS, something like that. So we went ahead and actually prepared the system for information on safeguards. And a document is available, and the Department of Environment has been working to make it even web-based. And part of the support that we have from UNEP has been supporting that component. So that when you click on Uganda's safeguards for REDD, you are able to see them, but also to see the progress of implementing them. Now, when we were making that safeguards information design document, we included a set of indicators, our country's interpretation of those 7 Cancuns. And that is what we have in the design document. Now, the guidance we received from the COP, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, also required a few additional activities to be in place before a country can ask for REDD+ based results. So those ones were that a country should prepare a short summary of information on safeguards, on how it is respecting and promoting the safeguards. And to do so regularly or as the country can afford.
And so, depending on the source of funding, that component can be detailed or can be shorter. So, for example, the immediate source of funding that was available for Uganda was the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility Carbon Fund section. We had benefited from the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility Readiness Fund section. So that one gave us $3 million, 0.6, and another $3 million, I think 0.5. And then we also received additional support from UN REDD, almost 2 million. So almost up to 15 million was helping in preparing the readiness. Now the component of the Forest Carbon Partnership Fund, Carbon Fund site, we were almost reaching, but the available resources had already been earmarked for the countries which were faster than us. So they said, Uganda, you have completed the other elements, but you are not entering the carbon fund section because the applicants are many. So our eyes were put on other opportunities. And at that time, we had actually started preparing a document called a project, a REDD Plus project idea note, program idea note. That program idea note, my commissioner, when he was presenting, mentioned that we are still continuing with it. Even though we didn't enter there, we wanted them to judge us is our idea note to the standard of other idea notes that we qualify. So we started on it, we didn't complete it, but UN REDD program has come to help us complete it. That section of completing it was assigned to UNDP. And I think you must have had consultations in Port Poto City and in Mbale City. It was about reviving and writing that project idea note. Now, under that fund, you have said, I say something about it. Under that fund, the conditions were that also countries would have expanded on their safeguards and made them to meet the UNFCCC requirements. Okay. And we had already qualified. But we also got another opportunity which my junior safeguards officer mentioned as LEAF. Don't ask me that detail, I failed to confirm what LEAF in detail is. But the opportunity we were offered in 2022, the country submitted an application to participate in that fund. And that fund required that countries now join a standard of their preference, and that standard was the Earth-Trees standard. Now, the Earth-Trees standard had taken steps further in splitting the Cancun safeguards and giving them themes. It calls them themes. And then below the themes, it also put individual indicators. Now, in meeting those requirements, it put guidance that this is what we expect to see under this theme. So what we were preparing here is an application to register our interest in supplying carbon credits from REDD to LEAF coalition, but using this standard. So some of you have heard about CDM or Plan Vivo or the VERA. So they also have forms of this nature, but asking for different things. So when you want to send your credits through them, you also pass through the same process. So now this one is, we are only on the section of safeguards, but the form has other sections. It has other sections of administration, it has sections of mathematics. The one for reference level, the evidence that, for example, we have actually reduced the deforestation or degradation, and so it has these sections. So, but for our part, we are concentrating on that section for the safeguards. If this one eases my path, I could now also go to this one. So this registration document, we are entering a set format which has guidance on how we should respond to the different sections of the safeguards. and then provide evidence whether we are complying to the different criteria. And what I am sharing is the way we responded to the last set of comments. So it means that already the country has been working to meet most of the other requirements, which our technical support from the other side were also working with us. So this is how this document now gets some refining. The thing now knows the name of the person who was working. So this is the form, and it's a bit lengthy, but you will bear with me. We will be moving along it, and where we reach the comment, I will explain how I handled that comment, and then we'll move on. The request that I have is that where there is no comment, we assume that the country has already agreed so that we don't open it again. It will kill us. Okay. But for you to have that idea, this is the information that is entered. You have seen the first part, the first page, which mentions the basic information, the primary contact, our team leader in the ministry, our address, the email address, the second email address, telephone numbers, and then the period. And then we continue. So let me read this small part with you so that you have a full idea of what that form document mentions. So the trees registration document and attachments provide a full description of how the participant, so Uganda is the participant in this case, meets and plans to meet the requirements of trees. Trees is the other excellency for REDD that she mentioned, the standard. Okay, and so meets and plans to meet. So planning to meet allows us to say, had it been in Ngoni, that's the other section of the plan for conformance. But you are still teaching Ngoni in secondary school. Okay, attachments may also be uploaded through the REDD registry account. Instructions for completing the template are included in italics and may be deleted prior to submitting the completed document. Gray fields are included where participants are required to complete information. The gray cells may also be deleted if needed to facilitate inclusion of information. I think this one gives us the picture. Okay, so this is participant information again, the country, the organization, the Ministry of Water is the lead, and that's the address, and the person responsible, the contact person is that one, and the
Doctor, okay.
We shall update that.
yes, we shall update that. Yes. When we made that application, the added matriculated. So we make that adjustment and enter it in. I have somebody making notes, so I'm requesting that I don't do the edits here. A colleague is selecting to pick whatever you mentioned. Okay. So description of the legal authority to represent the country jurisdiction. That one we are not the ones who filled it, but it is completed. Then the program partners, they will complete it if there is anything required, and the period for reference, the accounting area. So we have 3 teams who are helping us. UNEP support in this meeting is helping in filling the component on safeguards. FAO support is helping us in filling in, for example, when you see this thing which looks like accounts, it is the accounts associated with the credits. So the size of the area and where we intend the project to be located. So you will see a lot of acreage and numbers. And then the eligibility criteria is also another section. of if we can prove that we meet the requirements for the standard. And then our section, which is on ownership rights of emission reductions and removals to be issued by ART. So that's the section which will be also completed by the REDD Plastic Secretariat, and with guidance from the legal section of the country, the Ministry of Justice, and then on Climate Change Department. Our section is number 7, the one on safeguards. So on the safeguards section, we start with the safeguard number A. Although it was not typed here, that is the safeguard which mentions that the country's REDD+ activities that have been planned according to the REDD+ strategy should be supportive of the country's forestry sector activities. And so theme 1 is like, if we borrow the language of the forestry certification standard, this Cancun safeguard would be like a principle, then the one which is following it would be like a criterion. So they are giving it as a name, and then under it, they are giving the indicator. So the theme, it is saying that the consistency with objectives of national forest programs. So the safeguard was saying it should be supporting us. And so what would be called like a criteria would say, are what we are planning consistent with what we already have? So how do we know that we have something in the forestry sector? We have the forestry policy, for example. Then that policy is supported by the Forestry Act, the Tree Planting and Forestry Act. Then we have the 5-year, sometimes I think the first one was 10-year forest plan. But we also have several other plans like the agroforestry strategy, for example, which you wrote recently. You have the bamboo strategy, which you wrote recently. All of those are called forest programs. Now, we also have other programs in the country that are not necessarily located in forestry, but which also constitute forestry programs. For example, if you go to the Ministry of Agriculture and look at the land use, the sustainable land use management strategy, it has a lot of elements that are supporting of the forestry strategy. If you go to Uganda Wildlife Authority and look at each of their almost 25 management plans for the different wildlife conservation areas, those are supportive of forestry programs. So you don't look at forestry per se in the political sense of the department, but you look at whatever hinges on forestry. And when countries were signing on to REDD+, you will recall there are certain things which they put not as safeguards, but they say the country should identify the drivers of deforestation and forest degradation and address them. But they should identify the issues of land use and land tenure and also address them. Like they should identify the issues of gender and gender inequality and also address them. They didn't make them as if they were conditionalities, but if you miss them, then it will not be easy for you to solve the problem of deforestation and forest degradation. It will continue, you don't know why it is continuing. If you don't identify what is driving deforestation, then how will you solve it? So it's that way. So this safeguard helps you also to check yourself. And so that first theme, which mentions consistency with the objective of the National Forest Program, has those 3 indicators. The first indicator is structure. So in principle, a structure indicator is what are those things that are permanent, almost semi-permanent, that you have put in place that will make it impossible for you to fail or will make it easy for you to succeed. And so they are usually rooted in the laws and policies, and then the programs that the country is undertaking. So that's how a structural indicator is looking for. So for example, these notes here is the guidance they have mentioned. So they want you to see domestic level framework or policy or national REDD strategy or action plan for REDD plus actions is clearly defined and designed in consistency with the national and, if applicable, subnational forest policies and programs. Then they say, describe how this indicator is made. So this describe how this indicator is made is the essay below. The response to that one is the essay below. So this essay here, you are saying is what the country prepared, and this is what we are reviewing the other time during the other support. Excuse me. So I will not read all of them, but I am looking for where if our technical team from abroad had any questions on them. They did, and you responded several times. So what we started with were the remaining ones. So on this one, there were no additional response questions, and that, although this one looks like a summary, if you were to see an assessment from which this summary was got, it has about 17 pages. So slightly earlier, before we received the first unit, the REDD Pratt Secretariat received support from the WCMC to prepare an assessment on how it could check each of these indicators and prepare what will be required. So that assessment is the one which now has helped us to pick a summary here. If I was on my computer, I would show you that assessment. So this is how this one was responded to, and then we go to the second indicator, which is the process. So the process now is more to do with the things that make the car move. So you have bought your car, that is the structure. And you have, the government has built the road, that is like the structures. Now, while you are driving, you turn to Shell or you turn to camera and put in your fuel. Now, knowing how to turn, that is the process. That they have put signposts along the way which can show you that this is turn left. So they ask to see if there are public institutions which have made use of the mandates, the procedures and resources to ensure that actions are designed and implemented in consistency with the other forest programs. And so here, okay, they also give another essay and say, describe how this indicator is made. And then we also prepared another essay, which shows how there are procedures that the country is using. So where you are seeing red, then it means there were comments which required that we respond to them. So if you could take a look there, they said, I think this would be useful to also mention in the process indicator. Here in the outcome indicator, is there anything that can connect this to the prioritized parameters, e.g., is it connected to investments in for implementation of forest management plans or NDP? And so what I'm sharing you is what response I proposed, shifted the paragraph process indicator, and here notes will come from plan of confirmation. So this is the paragraph and rewrote it, providing additional evidence where it was not provided, and the section which required to be put to the outcome indicator, now this is the third indicator. So you can call the three indicator system that this standard uses: the structure, the process, and then the outcome. The outcome assumes that you have already implemented an activity and you have evidence of impact or delivery. If they were individual outputs, you can prove that they were actually done. If there was an impact, you have already had a chance to measure it. So if you have not, then you prepare the plan of what you would have done had you, or what you expect to see. So part of the section in response to that one, we had already prepared a statement, which now I was requested based on those comments to make corrections to and revisions to, and these revisions, they are in draft changes. She has also shared with you the whole document. I hope this time she will share. And so these comments, what was originally there, I don't delete it because we are still going to share with those who provided these comments. Our only internal comments, we have completed reviewing them by the time we entered this phase. So, and then the preamble statement allowing us to state why we are preparing the other plan of conformance. Then, so even though Uganda has not implemented REDD plus measures and actions, the country has identified priority parameters and variables that will be used to monitor and report on the outcomes of this indicator, which is presented as a plan of conformance for the outcome indicator of safeguard A, theme A1, consistency with the objectives of national forest programs, table XX. So this should be changed to table, maybe afterwards the name of the table will be given because there are tables up. So this is like table 1. So now here, if I could pause now and go to the other document, which is called the plan of conformance, and you take a look. So this table was picked from the plan of conformance and entered here. So give me a minute to get that document. Okay. So this is the plan of conformance. It was originally done in Excel, but because I wanted to put the indicator and the notes that go with the indicator, I removed it from the summary in the Excel and entered it in here. So for the theme A1, the other consistency with objectives of national forest programs, the outcome indicator expects. What I have shared the other side is what is again entered here. And then these are the parameters to be monitored. And then this is the table. So this table had received 2 sets of comments. Let me expand it a bit. And let's touch the positive, another positive. Okay. So if we look at the heading here, this is a set of comments from UNEP. These ones were received part of last year, and these ones were received them part of this year. Because they are also working as different organizations, they share the work. So these ones were received from the team called World Conservation Monitoring Center. It is based in the UK. And this one was from UNEP, which is based in Nairobi. So these 2 sets of comments, they were, if I could expand them for a minute to see what they were requesting. So they were not only asking questions, but in some cases, and in most of the cases, they were providing guidance, which now we use it to make corrections and adjustments in the table of conformance. So for example, Julie's comment from before, and you can imagine I don't remember Julie's comment from before, but it was elaborate enough, which perhaps something to reflect upon. I would add something here about looking at the national forest policies, maybe there is a forest strategy or something similar, and other policies relevant to it, and assess the progress under those objectives. For example, percentage of forest cover in the country, etc. A list of policies that mention it, and then after all these comments, I put what you call a separate matrix, but I put it directly under the comment. When you respond to somebody's comment, you see how have you responded to the comment. So the response I proposed was that we have rephrased one parameter and added actions to show conformance. Please see the draft changes in the refined plan of conformance document, this very one. So now, when a person is seeing what he has proposed in her comments, then she sees that you have put how you have responded, it is easier for her to check whether the content is actually the other side. But if you simply change and clean and hand over, it will be a nightmare for a person to see what you have actually adjusted. So that is why we keep adding on the way we have adjusted. And so if you, for example, now look at the headings, to the heading, this table of conformance has the safeguard theme, which is similar to the one which was on top. It has a short description of what it is expected, and then it has the parameter which the country proposed as the evidence if an activity has been done and that outcome has come out. So this is what we entered, and then this was like a simplification of the parameter in some cases where it was required, and then the responsible party where the information will be obtained from or who will collect it, and the time frame that we were proposing as a country to have that information of the evidence available. And we are not allowed to go beyond 5 years because we will be entering another cycle of application. So they want to see us at least having achieved what we have said we would achieve. And so that's why we put that period not exceeding 5 years. And then the actions identified. So this unit, this column shows some of the activities now that the next support would need to concentrate on in order for us to provide the evidence that we have conformed to this outcome. Okay. So
I request that you close the meeting.
I have paused because I also have my
Complexity as we digest further. We need to take note that as we are filling in the registration document, the themes are already given. The themes are arising from the 7 CACON safeguards. Now we are reporting against each safeguard, each theme, and showing how we are conforming. And we use the word conforming, meaning how we are addressing this safeguard. At the time of submission of the registration document, we should be conforming to the structure and process indicators. Now, the structure, I know it simplifies, but let us take it like this. Structure indicators is asking about the existence of the frameworks, the legal and policy frameworks. We have policies and laws that speak to this thematic area. And then when we go to the process, we are looking at the mandated institutions that are implementing those policies. Are there institutions in place? Okay. Now, at this level, because we are saying that we are just diving into the implementation of REDD+, we don't report on outcomes. So we have outcome indicators that we may not necessarily be conforming to at this time. And now that's when we commit what are we going to do to ensure that we are conforming when we begin implementation. And that explains why they give us the 3 to 5 years. So what we are having as a plan of conformance, it is now the outcome indicators of each thematic area. We pick it and put it the other side. And we commit that within 5 years, we shall be having FBCD in place. So it means that whatever we are putting in the plan of conformance shall be asked of us at that time. So you said in 5 years, you will be having, you will have done FBCD. Now you report against that. So at that time, we should be conforming to the outcome indicators as well. Okay, so if we had conformed to all the outcomes, then we would have required a plan of conformance. We would just fill in the structure, process, outcome indicator, and we move to the next systematic area. So it implies that whatever we are seeing as outcome section in the registration document should be consistent with what is in the plan of conformance. And what is additional there are the parameters that we shall be monitored against, and then what actions we have committed that we are going to implement. So at the time of registration, we are presenting the registration document, we are presenting the plan of conformance, then there is what we are calling the monitoring report, which we are not going to deliberate much on now, because the initial monitoring report is very close to the registration document because we will not have started monitoring. But we believe that once the registration document is ready, then the monitoring report is either to do what? To work on. So we are required to submit those 3 documents. So what Xavier is deliberating on is work that has been on, that we've been doing, and then we get the comments, we address them and send back. And I wanted to let you know that we have on our program dropped the group work in order for us to go through this document systematically to appreciate and understand where we are coming from. Otherwise, if we just tell people to get to groups and give input, you find that again, some input could be contrary to the comments received, which we are addressing. But also, not only are we getting input from you on this, but it is also part of capacity building, in that tomorrow you can authoritatively speak about this, and you can speak on what are we doing and where are we going with all these kind of documents that we are preparing. So it's good that we started from the other side, from the leaf and the application we are making, what is it that we are applying, and what is contained in there. So I wanted us to pause a bit and first of all get the connection between the different documents, and then we can proceed. So we are just on A1 of the themes out of the 16. Okay. Unless there are any other reflections on this, we could proceed. The 3 documents, we have the registration document, the plan of conformance, and the monitoring report. Yeah. Yes. Sometime this year. It's long overdue with it. But you know, there are other sections that have to be fed by FAO and UNDP. But now for us, we are almost getting to the final level of the safeguard section. Yeah, so what Xavier is sharing after this meeting, we shall be sending to the review team, the other side, and when, depending on what will come out of their comments, we shall either confirm that section and wait for the others in case there are any comments, elemental comments, then we shall respond as we get the others. So that's where we are.
Yes, sir.
In order to qualify
For results-based payment from the fund, if no leave. When we meet in another meeting, we will mention how we have already qualified for GCF. But this one, we intend to qualify for leave.
So these are the safeguard requirements for someone who wants to qualify for the leave. So once we do that, then we should be applying for that. So those who were in the other proposal for GCF, you remember we are talking about the ESF, the framework for GCF, and how we are going to align it to the governance situation.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to understand something on time frame. You mentioned that in 5 years will be conforming. Are the 5 years after we have joined? And where are we right now? We are still in the process of joining. I need to understand something.
5 years from the time we shall be applying. The moment we apply, then it means we have joined. So it is expected that at that time, where we have committed 5 years, we shall be reporting on the progress in achieving those parameters or those actions that we shall have mentioned there. So 5 years after joining, we now begin talking about how we begin working towards.
So we are preparing ourselves.
Yes.
For the final.
Yes, and we have been advised that whatever we commit should be something that we know we can achieve. Otherwise, when you overcommit, and they'll ask you at the end of the 5 years, and you say, you see, this takes a long time, what? Then you say, how did you commit on that? So we try to tone down, especially on the big commitments of, we shall have a policy, that's talking about this, which we may not have control over. Okay, you were putting your hand up.
There was the period that ended 2022, the 2-year period. And so, how does it relate to this? Because that is now the first time to apply.
Where did you start?
It was in our first.
Okay, where did you mention about the period ending 2022?
Is in the first pages. Yeah.
Yes.
This one or
Somewhere there.
that's the one.
What is period? Okay.
So I can explain this one. Use this. So this one, this document we are preparing is an application for funds. If you could see it from that angle, you might find it easier. And then, because REDD Plus is reducing deforestation, reducing forest degradation, you produce evidence after you have done an action. And that's when you qualify for payment, is results. You bring results, you get paid. So this application is requesting for payment for the results we achieved during the period 2018-2022. So the geography team will create that evidence for us by observing how much Uganda was losing in 2018 and before, and how much it has lost. If there is a reduction in the rate of loss, that's the claim we take. If there is an increase in the amount we have stored, that's the claim we take. That's why you saw that number. And then this fund is the first phase, it is touching this section. It is supporting the countries that have evidence of results for this period. If it has clarified it. Okay. So for example, the application we are making with FAO is an application for being paid for the results we achieved in 2016 and 2017, for starting with 2015. That's a separate application we are making. There is no, if a fund is available to support the results of a country, it mentions the period for which that support will be limited. So this support is not limiting to this period. Once we create evidence of 22 to 25, after we have created the evidence of this 18 to 22, we also take it to the market. But we don't take to the market forward-looking evidence. We only take the evidence that of what we have achieved.
Just maybe check on is it thing one for the policies, legal and regulatory framework? The one which they never commented on, something.
That is the structure of process.
Structure.
Go down.
Down, that's structure.
That is the first one. So the structure indicator is this one.
Yes, here. Up again, not down. Down. Yeah, we have the climate change act in there. The answer nomination something. We have this just could it also be one of those that are red classes that
it is not entered here, but this one was picked from a bigger note, so about 10 pages. They could have missed it. We will add it, but if they don't demand it, we don't overharass ourselves by adding. But we have missed it. Yeah.
But I mean, if we add it, it does not harm it.
It does not harm anything. Yeah.
But again, it gives a better picture of the country, Uganda, in addressing.
Yes. So
it's better.
We'll capture it and add it. But we were fearing, I was fearing to volunteer information, which I see as it is missing. When you, the same team, walked through this in the first phase, and you found it satisfactory. Who am I now to start inventing new ones? But an error like that one, we can add it.
I think we straight away improve it such that
she's entering there.
Before we leave that, but why would they ask us to give the policies and not the acts? Because I'm saying we have the Environment Act, but there's no policy. We have the climate change policy, but there's no act. We have the Wildlife Act, but there's no policy. Was it intentional that we only mentioned what was just mentioned, or it was just an oversight?
No, this one is like a summary. If I was on my own computer, or if you could look at what my colleague is entering in the summary of safeguards information, we have a full inventory. So that section, so here, there is a reference to our first summary of information and our safeguards information document, which was part of the assessment. So there is an assessment report. It's like an inventory report from which you are picking to enter here. That assessment report actually includes even the point she has mentioned and the point you have mentioned. And then the current, the one which we will see tomorrow, it actually has a full list. It's like an inventory. So here you are picking a summary. If they forget something, you will bear with them. Yes.
Clear reaction. Are we updating whatever we left out?
No, we are currently checking the comments that we received. To me, that's the approach I was using. So that we respond to that, and then because we have been receiving guidance, and also the team has been working in the previous support period. So this is what came as almost final. And so the few comments that we received is what I was sharing, how we addressed them, like here, for example. And then the source of all this information is another bigger, slightly bigger document. And then we are also presenting a supplementary document, which is the safeguards information. summary, which our colleague Albert is working on. And that one now, if possible, should not be missing. What you have mentioned, because here we had started with the larger page, the larger version of entering everything. They said it's too much. So we were forced to reduce. That's why we have a slightly abridged version.
So for the statement, addressing the comments, right?
Yes.
So we just look at the comments and address them.
Yes.
All the standard address them.
I am sharing the comments, my first proposal of addressing. So I will receive additional guidance if the comments miss something.
Oh, okay.
Because that way we are able to register and acknowledge the progress already done. Yes, because there is always the side of the elephant that the person will touch. A tusk, a leg, a tail, an eye, a trunk. But if a group has already visited the elephant and comes and says, there is something that I want you to check on the foot of the elephant, then all of you check on the foot of the elephant and help to say we have 7 toes, it has only 3. And then the elephant is covered and we save the elephant. Our interest is to speak that cash earliest, probably by the end of the year or next year. This is cash, we are up. But as you are all in SPGS, you had to bring the people to come and see what you planted. And then confirm that actually the seedlings are okay, the slashing is fine, you have not entered the wetland, and then they come and say, please process this gentleman. So this is the section we are at. But like he has said, once it's submitted, we will receive auditors who will come to validate it. So we are not finished, we cannot hide. We are not children. But we finish a phase and then share it, finish a phase and share it, like that.
Yeah, where we came from, I think that is before last year. When we got the UNEP support last year, we started with the monitoring report. And we had all these policies and laws, including the statements therein that speak to the subject. And we said the National Forest and Tree Planting Act provides for ABCD, blah, 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 blah. And that all that detail was in there. Now, the guidance that we got was that we need to get an extract of that in the registration document. And like you said, the assessment report, which was done before, confirmed that we are conformant to the structure and process indicators before we dived into these documents. So we take note. I think we should have those identified areas noted somewhere, but we will not miss out on these in the other documents. Otherwise, these are key aspects that we cannot just avoid. And like you are saying, we must be sure about what we are putting there, that if someone asks for the Climate Change Act, no one will say, oh, it was not there, then what was? The people who are going to audit, to look through this document, are going to come back to us and ask for whatever we are committing. So if we talk about anything that's not there, we are in trouble. So this is the summary, but the other detail is somewhere.
That question is good for others to ask if they also get it.
I feel like I was asking something that you have already flashed there.
Mm.
The resources, the specific period for which you are applied for those resources. I had seen it there, but forgotten. It says 2018, 2022.
Yes, like the other gentleman mentioned.
And so I was like, oh, so they come out and put it to us, put it to the globe, the period for which countries can come out and maybe apply for available resources. I think that is what happens. At particular times, they come out and then ask the countries to apply for maybe resources for what? This is what,
Yes, the guidance was provided that countries should make their baselines, but not exceeding 10 to 15 years of the period of that baseline. So you go backwards, look at the trends. So even if you have data for 40 years, like we do, they want to see as much as possible in the last 10 to 15 years. Then you use that period, project ahead. If you have identified the drivers and you have made a plan in the strategy, and then you have implemented it, what is it likely that how much by how much? So when there are resources, the resource owners want you to start from the year of the beginning. So the year of the beginning was 2015. Most countries, that's the period they are playing. So 2015 to the present, so they already know that we have already put a claim for this period. And for also when they formed their fund, they also set the limit at what period. So, for example, Forest Carbon Partnership Facility of the World Bank didn't mind countries starting from 2014. But they also had where they could stop because the fund was extended to 2030, but they were stopping about 2025. So you can only prove the results and then leave enough room for you to be monitored to get them. So each fund sometimes sets that range. But the country, if the resources were available to the country doesn't have any what's the claim can make on itself. Again, REDD Plus is a developing country activity provided there are positive incentives from developing countries. This is not a, what do you call it, a non-conditional section of the national determined contribution. This is a conditional section. Yes, because the first paragraph when we were negotiating REDD Plus, we said subject to availability of resources. Countries will undertake policy approaches. So that is what countries do. We check their policies. Then in expectation of positive incentives, it is not just incentives, actually the full word for REDD, it is policy approaches and positive incentives for activities of REDD Plus, those 5 activities. So that other thing is forgotten, but without it, we will still need to feed our people. That's why the drivers are located. We still have to drive through our roads. We still have to fight poverty. All those things are the drivers. So if we don't give people the alternative, then how will you help them to change their laws to stop deforestation? So they are closing the need. So like the Waswahili say, wacha kazi iendelee. So this was the comment which we have just completed addressing. Then we go to the second. So after addressing that, so in the other conformance section, if you recall, the other document is like a standalone because it was summarizing all the 4 themes, the 14 themes that we are allowed that have the outcomes indicator. We didn't have any conformance, so we prepared a conformance plan. And so we pick it now and enter it in the registration document, but we remove this comment side, this side of comments from the other side. So the rest, they remain here. And so the person reading this document should find it complete without looking for the conformance document, because the plan of conformance is included in the registration document itself. That's how the two are linked. Okay. So, so the next the second theme is the consistency with the objectives of relevant international conventions and agreements. So the first one was mentioning consistency with the national forest programs. Now the second one, international conventions and agreements. Okay. So again, we follow the same approach. It has a structure indicator. So the structure indicator is saying domestic and, if applicable, subnational and legal frameworks or policy or national REDD strategy or action plan for REDD plus actions recognize and promote application of ratified relevant international conventions. So here in the essay, we mentioned the international applicable ones, conventions that Uganda has entered into, and then the evidence that we are responding to them, or that we recognize and promote them. So the common one, for example, is the Convention on Climate Change. You know it as UNFCCC, the Convention on Biological Diversity, the Convention on desertification, the Convention on Trade in Endangered Species, and so on. Then we mentioned that Uganda's national REDD strategy and action plan has been developed in alignment with these conventions. And then again, if you want to be in more detail, you see that we have not mentioned all the conventions. But the mother document where this one was extracted, actually they are listed.
Yes, mentioned something in the question. Convention is a question, but you mentioned but not there.
Yes. My colleague who summarized the listed. So my team colleague mentioned it, I saw that when they entered it. The convention on desertification. Because, for example, in the conformance table, it is mentioned, and so we shouldn't be missing it. Again, this is the process indicator, which mentions that public institutions have the use of mandates, procedures, and resources to design and implement actions that recognize and promote applicable ratified relevant international conventions and agreements. So this is the summary we had entered, and you see where there are red marks if something was missed, we added on. And let me see if we had received any comment. You see, even this convention here it was entered. So again, this is the comment we received. I'm listening. Okay. So this was the comment. Did we miss the CBD? It would be good to know if there is also mandates for implementation of the CBD by these institutions. So that's how those conventions, obligations were entered there. Yes, there are institutions responsible for the others, even themselves. So again, again, this is the response. We can confirm that mandates to implement CB decisions are located within the Ministry of Water and Environment under the autonomous agency of NEMA, and those for UNCCB are located within the Ministry of Water. So the person now reading our comments, our response to the comments, will see that we do acknowledge and we have entered them the other side. Okay, so the other comment was, is there anything that can be demonstrated in outcome indicators so far? For example, meeting of sector working groups or demonstration of evidence of the 40%. Yes, please.
Who are, for example,
They do, if we have missed it, and it is because this is a summary picked from a bigger document. I wish I had permission. My computer doesn't connect here, but there is another document which was an assessment of these ones that provided the where they picked this summary. And under each section, there is even a paragraph for the institution's roles on each of them. But these ones were told that you are put too much detail, remove. So sometimes in summarizing, it is possible you can miss an organization, but there is no intention for missing. And my colleague, please write if you have missed Uganda Wildlife Authority under this, we will enter it in. Okay. So, but the reason why we are mentioning these ones three in particular, if you have explained for me, then it is okay now. That these are the mothers who host the focal point. So, for example, our ministry hosts the focal point for climate change. Our ministry also hosts the host of the Convention for Biodiversity. So if we host NEMA, then we are also hosting but agriculture hosts the focal point for the Convention on Deserts. But we also host the others, who host the one beside this, host the one on Ramuza, host no, that's the reflection that the Commission mentioned. It is a reflection. On desertification. Hey. I think they realized that the non-sustainable use of land and dominantly for agricultural purposes, livestock and crop husbandries, contributed significantly to land degradation and eventual desertification. And so the mother organizations that would support the reversing of that trend would naturally be agricultural ministries. And I think that's how the mothers, the convention came up with agricultural departments. In some countries, agriculture and forestry are together, like in the late, in the 80s, agriculture and forestry were together. And even I think even before that, in Uganda, agriculture and forestry were in the same ministry. So, okay, so here again, these comments were addressed by making changes in the main document, and then until
the cities, who is hosting the cities?
Huh?
Mentioned the hosts of all these other
CITES.
Yes.
I thought it was the forest department. You better guide me.
Which one?
The focal point for CITES.
That is the current EP member when he was in the top.
Yeah.
Tourism.
Okay, so it is tourism.
Yeah.
Okay. So you mentioned the word tourism, we should enter it there, the Minister of Tourism as the host for CITES. Thank you. Okay, so the outcome indicator now for this second theme. Again, because we didn't have activities, but Uganda designed the REDD strategy in full conformity of the conventions that Uganda had signed, and in particular, the one on biological diversity as was required. And then again, the adjustments are made here. And again, the list of priorities that we will be reporting on and the table of conformance. So again, this table of conformance is responding to the specific comments which is from the conformance table, which had the comments, and this is the second theme, and this is the section on the narrative, then the conformance table. It also had a set of questions. The first had no question, then the second one had this still needs a little more information for the sort of information that will be collected in the reports relevant on this for relevant conventions. So, in response, I proposed that the more information has been included in the action columns. So, if you look on the action columns here, you will see a lot of red, which is an indication that this is additional added information. So red information that demonstrates consistency with the objectives of the relevant international conventions include, and then these are the information we collect. We collect emissions and removals from all the 5 REDD activities which supports NBC reporting, and then we collect information which supports CBD reporting as part of REDD SAP. And yes, so this is the additional information that was missing in the opinion of the author to respond to the comment that was provided by the external examiner. If I could borrow that wording. So the reason why we sometimes spend time responding to the external examiner's points is that they are close to the fund. So, for example, when we started with the Global Environment Fund in the early 90s. So they would also, you would submit that secretariat. The first points they give you, once you address them, then they prepare to go to the board. Even the current one is called the Climate Fund. It also has a secretariat. The guidance they give you helps you to go to the board. Because the board will ask them, did you check? They will say, yes, we did check. Did you guide the country? They will say, we guided the country. How? We will provide the evidence. Then in the middle, there is also a technical team. This, of course, is I think technical advisory panel or something like that. Now that one is then this one will have a team of auditors. So when you get guidance from these external people who are already working with them, some of them actually happen to be the other side. So once they have seen what is the common way they wanted to see things, once you address them and you don't have a lot of additional ones, usually you are above the 80-20 principle of achieving what you are looking for. So that's how we put it. Secondly, the whole of last year was spent addressing our internal comments, even including theirs. So we are approaching. Again, this one then was shifted. It is the one which I showed you in the document of registration. And it is the column of comments which was already removed. But this one and the other background are identical on the other side. Okay.
Just an addition. Where you said that the FPR is going to come in the post for the NDC. We are also discussing here about the security. We wanted to add the report under Article 13 of the Paris Agreement. Just thinking.
Miriam, please mention that we do the reporting for the NDC under Article 13 of the Paris Agreement. Thank you. As the Waswahili said, nashukuru. Naomba kazi endelee. Okay. Swahili is also official language for us, and there is a little practice I make, I feel happy. Okay. So then we go to now to safeguard theme B1, respect, protection, and fulfillment of the rights of access to information. Again, the structure indicator, we have presented our points, and we didn't receive any new additional comment. These are just formats. The process indicator, again, we have received a comment. So, so we didn't receive any additional comments on that, but still we had to prepare the plan of conformance, also enter it here. Now this plan of conformance was derived from the comments that were in the comments section of the plan of conformance draft that we had shared. So let me go there, and you see the comments they had shared and how we addressed them. Okay. Response to this comment, Lydia, and what is the comment? So there was a comment, but I am surprised that I only put the response, and I think I accidentally deleted the comment.
But that you should go the other side of the plan of conformance.
Yes, this document is the plan for conformance. But the comment I recall wanted to know if we have places where REDD plus information is shared, or information how it is collected. That if it is not cumbersome, I am requesting that I check it a bit later, check for the comment and insert for the plan of conformance table number Number 3. When I was using one checklist here. So for each paper number 3, I completed it and even gave it a tick. So I must have responded to the comment. So I will check and enter it. This one is a word count. And remove it. So this is how it was also handled, and then this was then taken to the registration document, and it shows the actions, additional actions. That were added. So here you will not see it because here it is copied from the other side, but if you go here, the actions were already there, so a few were added to complete a response to that question, to that comment that I received. Okay. We go now to the next theme. Don't give up, it is just that you have a big garden. If you have a big garden of maize, you face the other section which is the other end. You don't. Those are going to be another 35 bags that you are looking at. The other acre which is hidden. So if it is beans in your cassava, those are 5 bags. Don't miss them. So whatever we are looking here, let us look at it from those types of bags. So that theme was completed in the section of comments. So we go to the other indicator. So theme B2, and the indicator is promote transparency and prevention of corruption, including promotion of anti-corruption measures. So again, the structure indicator wants us to have in place anti-corruption measures and measures to promote transparency, reflecting principles of rule of law, proper management of public affairs and public property, integrity, transparency, and accountability, and these are anchored in relevant ratified international conventions and or domestic and, if applicable, subnational legal framework. So describe how this indicator was made. So we put a summary of the different laws, regulations, and the other requirements, and we didn't receive a direct comment on it. Then the process indicator wants the institutions like he mentioned, which have mandates, procedures, and resources to apply these measures, and that they are actually helping to apply them in the REDD actions and in the distribution of REDD plus benefits according to relevant international conventions, agreements, and domestic, if applicable, subnational REDD frameworks, and that the measure should reflect principles of the rule of law, for management of public affairs and public property, integrity, transparency, and accountability. So again, we have a short essay on how the country meets these requirements, and they were summarized as follows, and they were also not given significant additional comments. And then the outcome indicator is the distribution of REDD plus benefits related to the implementation of REDD plus results-based actions have been carried out in a fair, transparent, and accountable manner as per relevant conventions and agreements. Then, in our summary, we mentioned that Uganda has put in place a benefit sharing arrangement framework to guide sharing of REDD plus benefits in a transparent and equitable manner. The benefit sharing arrangements framework was developed using cross-sector participation and addresses the allocation, administration, and provision of benefits to the different stakeholders. And we received a comment here which was saying, is there a link to the framework which is public, and are there any metrics to demonstrate its use? So the response we proposed was that yes, the Ministry of Water and Environment website is the link for that framework. However, the framework is not yet in use because Uganda has not implemented REDD+ results-based payments that meets its application. So this is the summary I put. Then there was also another comment here which says they are linked to the framework. This is the same link. Then again, we mentioned that even though Uganda has not implemented REDD+ measures and actions, the country has identified priority parameters and variables that will be used to monitor and report on the outcomes of this indicator. Incidentally, members, Uganda is not the only country which is applying for relief. There are also several other countries. Some of them have actually registered, have prepared, submitted their first monitoring reports, and have been audited and have been issued with credits. So the country which has received the issuance of those credits, for example, is Guyana. You have heard of the country called Guyana? Yes, recently it wanted to fight with another country called Venezuela because oil was found in an area which used to belong to Venezuela, according to Venezuela, and which was taken away by the British because Guyana used to belong to the British. But ignore that part and visit the website of this art, stock trees, and there is a section which says registry, and inside that section of registry, the information is open. The countries are listed and the documents they have shared. It's completely open. And then you click a country you like. So there is another country, for example, which is at our stage, a country like Vietnam. It has also just submitted their monitoring report and registration report. And it was also among the countries which also had plans of performance. So we go to the list there to see how they phrased their plans of performance. And then we put in circumstances which are unique to Uganda. So we are not alone, we are not like starting from nothing. And the Bible says there's nothing new here. All these things we see have already been there several times. And science has just proved that we are not even the first people to live here. So again, a plan of conformance is prepared and responding to these three priority areas which we had said are manageable in our realistic way. And this is the table, and this table was handpicked from the conformance table, which has also the comments that we responded to from the team from UNEP. So the comments from UNEP were still needs more specific information on the benefit sharing arrangements, and the response was that the comment has been turned into a footnote to support the action, and some of the actions have been elaborated in this section. So there was, if you get some information, sometimes from reviewer, sometimes you can't respond to it by automatically turning it into an action, so you acknowledge it. So it was acknowledged, and if they find that satisfactory, the actions which were already stated were already adequate. So that's how I propose to respond to it. Again, that is the plan of conformity, and it is this plan of conformity that we shifted and took the other side into the registration form. Confusing, but doable. Okay. So B3, respect, protect, and fulfill land tenure rights. The other one is access to information. This is now tenure rights. You had a point? Okay. I was pausing like he had said. We reflect a little bit on the other one if there is some reflection on the access. If not, then we can also walk through into this respect, protect, and fulfill land tenure rights. So I go back to the registration document, then I walk through to see how it was responded to, if there were comments on it, and how we responded to it. So the sorry, yes, please.
You have to be fast. You're trying to comprehend the speech. Okay, now when you talked about benefit sharing, I was in the benefit sharing of the plus credit or the plus for the
results-based payments. In reality, it is you generate a credit, that credit is proven, and then you receive results-based payments because you will have proven that you delivered.
So is your response according to the regulations 2025? You responded, was it in accordance to the regulations?
Actually, the regulations guide the country that if you are planning to do an activity under the mechanism, then you propose a benefit sharing mechanism. But the REDD Plus was ahead of the mechanism and it proposed a benefit sharing mechanism. And here we were mentioning that we actually did propose, but we haven't implemented. So this is just a framework.
Now that it's a framework, where we didn't want to align ourselves now to the current conditions.
So we are not incoherent with it. We are in full tandem. So, for example, now, when now the Leaf Coalition accepts our documents, if the standard, the ART trees standard accepts our documents, the registration document, and the first monitoring report, then, and the validation report, then Leaf will enter into negotiation with the country. And in that negotiation, it will include creating the benefit sharing mechanism in a practical way. And that practical way, if there is anything in the regulation that requires what we don't have, we will still delegate it. And also, it will help us to put this practical. So if we are going to implement it in Mbarara, then you will list the people in Mbarara that you will tend to work with and what share you are going to propose. So again, this is going to be the requirement. This is the requirement for the regulation.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Just to bring ourselves to speak. On that part, it is pretty hard. How are we going to capture this development? I know we are still writing our report, but also the governments have run so far. For example, you know that the National Forestry Regulation were amended, and part 91 or regulation 105 and 06 1110. Those were the regulations which the ministry was using to engage in voluntary carbon market. Those have been revoked to give effect to the new national climate change regulation. When Stephen asked about the benefit sharing for REDD Plus, and the benefit sharing now provided for in the regulation. I think you are spot on to say already in the REDD Plus strategy, there was that benefit sharing which was defined. And I think we need to be clear when we are reporting here that there is a benefit sharing for the REDD Plus strategy. However, when it comes to credits, even if it will be REDD Plus credits now, the benefit sharing is stipulated in the National Climate Change Mechanism. In that we distinguish the two benefit sharing arrangements because the person might think they are the same. The other one is for the action plan and the strategy. Work proceeds strategic option. But for the credits, whether there will be REDD Plus credits, agricultural credits, the carbon credits from stores, there will be a benefit sharing which they have done. That's one thing.
Thank you. The point taken and yes.
That's it.
Are you sure? Yes. What does it?
The way you are searching them. But see, they are not once they were gazetted, they became public. I think
there was something last week about those regulations.
Those
What was it?
regulations,
That's the
according to
notice.
the information I last called, unless it has changed. The family of consistency and they've seen it open up.
I think there's something with the
There were, yeah. We were
Okay,
talking about
yes,
it for
some
some
reason.
reason. Let's just go.
when we are using last told that.
last week.
Okay, as for now, all of that was sorted. All of that was sorted. The regulations are there and they're being because many of you have failed to access the soft copy because of that reason.
So it is now accessible.
Now, once that reason was resolved, that's why the prints are what?
And now can we get the
How did you say? Wait, you still have the copy?
The soft copy can't be there. Why I get it?
Laws are not cited in soft copy. That's why many of you cite the Environment Act as 2019, which is wrong. Now a chapter. And if you look at those provisions, they shifted. So if you cite the National Environment Act of 2019, you cite the section as it was in 2019, in the printed chapter, the different one. So that's why Anthony General invited to get this copy and cite actual section.
We are waiting.
You are going to get, and we know that one of the key stakeholders is the PSSM. Because he has a stake.
I think it is good to update for where we have such a new developments. If they are really approved, so that we can.
No, wait until you give me a hard copy. Oh, once he gets a hard copy, you will know. And no, it's not.
Okay, we have taken note of that point. And we will make that footnote. Members, we continue. Okay. So the next theme. Just a moment. Yes. Yes. Safeguard B has 4 of those themes, so this is the 4th one. So this one is about respect, protection, and fulfillment of land tenure rights. The other one was access to information. And so the indicator expects the country to have in place a legal framework, policies, or programs for the recognition, inventorying, mapping, and security of customary and statutory land resource tenure rights, where REDD plus actions are implemented. And these are anchored in relevant ratified international conventions, agreements, and all domestic and international subnational legal framework. So describe how this indicator is made. We had already prepared a summary. This summary was not commented on additionally, so we take it as acceptable for the time being. Then the process indicator also was expecting public institutions have use of mandates, procedures, and resources to recognize inventory, map, and secure statutory and customary rights to lands and resources relevant to the implementation of REDD plus actions in line with relevant international conventions, agreements, and or domestic and, if applicable, subnational legal framework. Again, we did not receive any additional comments on them, so we went straight to the outcome indicator. And the outcome indicator says that the stakeholders had access to the use of and control over land and resources in line with relevant ratified international conventions, agreements, and or domestic and, if applicable, subnational legal framework, and no involuntary relocation took place without free, prior, and informed consent of any indigenous peoples and local communities or equivalent consent. And so, again, here we went straight to the outcome indicator, the performance, sorry, to plan of conformance for the outcome indicator, and there were notes which were there. We think that they were misplaced, so I removed them. So the actual parameters which are picked from the plan of conformance are here. This plan of conformance came from the plan of conformance report, so responded to the comments. These were the set of comments that the team had shared, the team from Nairobi had shared.
They've been having issues with that one. I don't know what action is there.
I took 2 days on it, sir. Just this one alone, it took me 2 days. And partly, but I hope that what we adjusted will be accepted. We will just list down this. There is still a need to think about means of verification. Here, how will you assess the extent, e.g., as Julie's example from previous rounds of feedback? So I didn't get a chance to have a chat with Julie, but the notes below helped. So we can, we are missing some means of verification here, I think, to give you an idea for Vietnam. So they used an example of Vietnam. And so I had no choice. I took the plane to Vietnam. And then the way my commissioner in the morning he took a plane from Nairobi to here. I took the same plane. Science has really made life very possible. So I took a plane to Vietnam and found that these were examples of the conformance plan of the registration document of the country of Vietnam, the People's Democratic Republic of Vietnam. So, and so I listed them one by one to see what we would learn from them. And then I wrote a short response and said, requested that additional actions were added to capture the information required. Then I put a footnote. Please note that the current format of Uganda's plan of conformance does not include an MOV, a means of verification column. Should this be required, then all the 14 plans will have to be redone to include a column of means of verification. So I wanted to bring it out, not to hide it. Here, the comment is expecting a means of verification, but we didn't plan for entering a column for means of verification. We entered stopped at actions. So what I proposed, I made the actions to collect the information that would be in the means of verification. So take a look. So let's go this side first and look at the parameters. Number of stakeholders with the information on access and resource rights associated with different types of land tenure. Okay, the correction of the sentence will come later, but this is the way to order you want to touch it because you didn't have any harm. Then on the actions, this is the action which was already there. There was no problem with it. This action was already there. And then where we needed slightly more information was review reports and undertake stakeholder surveys and hold key format meetings to determine and assess the extent to which access and control, this was already there, and then how the ongoing land administration management program is supporting survey and titling of community and indigenous people's lands. And then that was the action that was, those two actions clarify in my humble thoughts the information that will be required to cater for this. Yeah. So here, our examiners asked us for what we didn't plan for. So when we were designing with them, the table for plan of conformance, they will stop at actions that will help us to show conformance. But the means of verification is a line that will have gone immediately after parameters and parameter simplification. That line was not discussed at that time. Entering it in one table would mean entering it in the other 13. And I needed a new permission to do that. So what I did, which will again achieve what they are asking for, is simply to make sure that the actions entered here are comprehensive enough that they will actually identify the information in delivery. That's what I did. It looks very small, this is one sentence, but in my opinion, it caters for this. And when I visited Vietnam, I found that the design document for information on safeguards for Vietnam was more detailed. And this is the activity we had requested, that they allow our information system document to be adjusted, to be enriched with those columns. So when you check the recommendations for the assessment, we had requested that we are given additional resources to enrich that column. So the column of sources of information, means of verification, and the levels of information collection from national up to the community. So it was like a big order. So that is the only humble way that you can achieve it for this section. I have a feeling that they might agree with us and then allow it to continue, or that we may enter it into our next phase of support that we will be requesting from them in order for us to dig deeper and do the work on the other side. So the other side, which is invisible, which is the design document for safeguards information for Uganda, it started the long table, and it has some elements of means of verification, but not all of them. So we didn't bring all of that table here. It is actually also there. And so when you put this activity, that activity will force you to go to the other side and pick that information and bring to satisfy these parameters you have mentioned.
So the commission has not yet been
No, we are not going to change the format of this. If we have to add a column of means of verification, it means that you have to do the same for all the other format elements. We brought that back. We are better off within the current format. But I have disagreements with the other team on this one.
Okay.
They were talking about the number of certificates of title for indigenous persons, and I was like, it is very risky for us to commit that in the plan of conformance because we don't work on land titles. And so that's why I'm very much interested in the new input, but I'm also seeing you are excited about it.
So what I mentioned that goes there is how the ongoing land administration management program, actually I borrowed this word the way it is from land's language, and is supporting survey and titling of communities. And they have started on this work.
Okay.
But it is, you can't commit the numbers. And they have already gone, I think, about 10,000 in terms of titles. But you can't use that number, it is not ours. You can only depend on their progress.
And the systematic area somehow then takes you back to beginners persons.
Yes.
So committing on that, more so well aware of the dynamics we have with the indigenous persons and land. I was looking at it, but I think this could serve because when we talk of program supporting surveillance, title it's not so committed.
But in my opinion, IPs here will take them to many indigenous peoples and local communities.
IPRC.
Yes, because you would be narrowing the area where you have some little village. The pure IPs, many of them were living what we have as protected areas currently.
Yeah.
And the management plans that were made by the first person who called them protected areas acknowledged them and planned to remove them, but simply didn't have the resources to remove them. The first management plan for Moroto says there were about number of families, and the plan says prescription numbers will be resettled. The management plan, the first plan for everybody mentioned, they are settlers, indigenous people. The next plan was to resettle them. So all of them had that prescription, but the Second World War, I think, took them 2%. They didn't have time to do that. And so we inherited. And then the formation of Uganda Wildlife Authority from the Forest Department adjusted their rights of access and tenure. And again, this is an inheritance which plus in our strategy we said we acknowledge and recognize it, but we do not take responsibility for it, and therefore we cannot be responsible for solving it as a condition for successful implementation. So we work within the means that the government and our institutions have put in place to work with the indigenous peoples and local communities who are dependent on the forests, but we do not take over what was agreed between them. So that's the way we interpreted that section. And so I was hoping that if we register the progress made by our Ministry of Lands in helping communities register communal lands associations, in helping them convert their customary lands into certifiable titles, and so on. But we cannot run away from it as REDD Plus, because our REDD Plus is not confined to protected areas only. And in some protected areas like the ones in Karamoja, the people have expanded. So we need a way that will make us live with those people. And that elephant, no matter how long we fear it, we will need resources. The president issues instructions for a paper that would support him to harmonize the people of Moroto. In particular, it was the people of Moroto Mountain and the protected area status. And in particular, he was interested in keeping the flow of water for Moroto. So they made a report. Unfortunately, I didn't have a chance. People who have access to that report on how they were proposing. But if I was a manager, I would be looking at an integrated approach. I doubt if we are moving the Kakele sub-county from Montemoto Forest Reserve. It's a bit difficult. So if you have a management plan that is integrating them with the area, probably you will achieve more.
Well, we can go with that. The only concern we had there was that we do not have any actions we intend to do to support the particular persons and getting titles. Besides, we don't, it's not even in our docket. But if we are deliberating on the land administration management programs within the Ministry of Lands, then we will be getting reports from there and say how much. So it will all depend on those efforts, learning also from where they have been undertaken and report against those. But in our frameworks, we don't work on land or administrative for any person. Besides, even now information we don't have to settle.
No, we don't plan on resettlement on our own at all. When I was preparing the other mother document, the assessment, I actually visited lands, and the officer who was in charge of community land associations gave me the list.
Okay.
And even areas. So for example, where we have the EAK, there is Mount Timu, between Mount Timu then before Karenga. There was this Kaboom district. That whole stretch, they claimed almost, where the barracks is, if you have been to the east. Okay, it is okay. It is okay. The land for the EAK, the barracks is within their land. In fact, it is now the whole constituency of the EAK is within their land, and already the land officer told me they were already preparing for land associations and some they had started issuing titles for them belonging to the EAK. So they are actually working on things which are very useful. Although much of the energies, the organized communities of the north outside of Karamoja were easier to handle because they really know their boundaries and so on. But they had also been promoted.
Maybe Zambia, question. How do you treat this practice of issuance of certificates of occupancy?
In the central in May in particular,
No, they are what we call certificate of customary ownership. They are not titles per se, but I think it is something that we will really appreciate, because here we are talking of security of tenure, as opposed to total customary ownership, which is even not backed by any document. So the issuance of certificates of customary ownership, it's one other good development, and I think when we come to report, you know that the things we will be reporting on.
if you want to know where I'm born in Toma, few people use it to have actual titles of freehold. We don't have mine here. Very few people have freeholds, and most of us, including my small piece, even for is customary. So recognizing that one is very tremendous. And the current, this part of the Ministry of Land's support, the free site helping includes helping areas which are largely customary to actually also have those certificates. Because of their cost associated with the conversion to freehold, so those certificates have lower costs.
But they make the landowner better advantage than the purely customary.
Yes, because
so the security of tenure, if we are voting, that is one thing that we are voting.
The greatest risk customary ownership is when your own family denies you, because they are the ones to take mention that this is your boundary. Usually it is within. So where I am born, our father shared us 119. So if I am between the other three, and they say we don't remember.
They alter the boundary.
Yes.
You cannot.
But when the third party has visited and say, this is they will save the young man because he inherited from an old man. It is his, and now there is a paper. That paper is difficult to alter by the ones who live around.
And that is the certificate of occupancy.
Yes. Me, I thought that one was applicable here.
That one was talking of the customary. Now, after customary, to prevent people from quarreling and what and having clear demarcation, now they issue an occupancy. Occupancy doesn't mean you have perpetual rights. You are occupying that area. So it is serving as your
I think the occupancy you're talking about for squatters on Milo land.
not only Milo. It's not only for Milo. It's not only for Milo. That's why I'm saying Zambia would help look at also the provisions under how government issues certificate of occupancy. And we see if those will be some of the indicators, some of the evidence we can use.
So I will look, but in the assessment they told me I had overlooked. When we were preparing the assessment, I actually entered the entire regulation and procedure for those 4 types of tenure. We see that I have over. So I have no problem. But here we are refusing to commit up to that level because we control less. But if you are still with me in the proposal we are preparing for GCF, the section of the resources will be dedicated to on-ground activities. And if we have somebody who is genuinely interested in local communities, would now put a few resources to speed up the process being done by Ministry of Land to make sure that the local people actually get certificates of whatever type that they are located at.
will be interested in that discussion. But that will be the proposal.
Yes. Okay, so let us see how they respond to our response. And then we will continue to engage. If they want us to go into detail, there is a certain level of commitment of detail that we can put. Then the other thing I wanted to mention is that since this is a proposal we are preparing, these actions will be costed in the use of proceeds that we will receive from it. Yes.
Okay.
These will receive a costing. And so in order for me to keep a job, I am hoping somebody will invite me to cost them. But they will be costed when we are preparing the proposal. So if we submit that our results from 2018 to 2022, maybe also another 20 million tons, then they will say, please prepare a proposal similar to GCF or a proposal similar to the one of the World Bank. That is the next stage that we are going to once this one is accepted. And then that is the proposal which will include sections of how we intend to spend the proceeds from the 20 million tons or whatever I'm using, don't quote million, 20 million tons. I'm just saying what if we find that we have credits of 20 million tons. There are several things which he has mentioned, the benefit sharing arrangement will mean that we will pick the regulation on climate change mechanisms and then say what are the regulations saying with respect to what will be committed to the MDC, what are the regulations saying with respect to the fees, what is the commitment to and what will remain, and therefore how much of that can be used as cash for reinvestment. Then the cash for reinvestment will be activities which will now support our outcome indicators. Short of that, how will we achieve them? They are not voluntary. Okay. So before, this is the fourth theme of the second safeguard. It says respect, protection, and fulfillment of access to justice. So the other one was information, the other one was land tenure, this one is justice.
Access to information of inspires corruption.
Yes. So it is a very, very loaded section. And in many people's proposals, these sections occupy a very big percentage of their reports. And even the auditors, when they are coming to check, they spend a lot of time on this. And so let me now go to the registration document to see what component, how the components received. So structure indicator for the justice part says participants have in place procedures for guaranteeing non-discriminatory and non-cost prohibitive access. That is the toughest part. That your justice system is not discriminating against the indigenous and local communities, and that it is not very costly. And that you have access to dispute resolution mechanisms at all relevant levels, and these are anchored in relevant ratified international conventions and domestic, if applicable, subnational legal frameworks. So if resources were available, Commissioner, helping districts now to adjust their legal frameworks to include ordinances that are supporting these actions would be nice. Or working with sub-counties to do those things they do at sub-counties would also be nice. But wherever the resources stop, the country mentioned how they were meeting this indicator, and in terms of comments, let me see. So where you are not seeing a color of change, it means that the comments were not, there were no comments on that section. And therefore, it is the process indicator again. And then we'll go directly to the outcome indicator. And again, the outcome indicator listed already the things that the country has achieved in terms of justice, grievance redress mechanisms, for example, is in place as a principle, but also statement in future. Conformance with this indicator will use identified variable parameters and variables to monitor and report on it, and these parameters are listed here, and that is how this table was inserted. And this table, again, came from the table of conformance here. I am listening. Yeah, so I was listening to those listening. Okay, but I could hear that they were listening. Okay, so this table of outcome indicator, the comments were as follows. Procedures already in place for third-party mediation, but they just want to check on operationalization and cost of this indicator. Then the proposed response was that yes, there is a proposed grievance redress mechanism document, but has not been made operational. The effectiveness would be measured by evaluation of third party. That was another question. Response was as guided, and action was also added. So I added an action that will allow for the measurement and evaluation of the effectiveness of grievance redress mechanism. So, and that action was we already have a manual, but to use that manual, but let me see the actions starting from top. The action was already there. Then develop a manual on grievance redress mechanism to create awareness and carry out capacity building on the extent and the existence of the grievance redress mechanism, and then undertake an independent evaluation to determine the grievance redress mechanism effectiveness. And then check availability of resources for this to be operationalized, e.g. producing manual and staffing. So I see. So this section, I will convert it into a statement that will continue with this.
This was yours.
No, this color, what color is this? Is this orange? Yes, this color was a proposal from the team but the red one was the statement that became an action, to undertake an independent evaluation in order to answer the question of whether the independent evaluator will be the one to check the effectiveness of grievance redress mechanism. So this one I will change it into another action that will allow for availability of resources. But this one is a catch-22. All Red Cross activities by developing countries are subject to availability of resources. So when an external evaluator asks you the availability of resources, you smile and say the resources will be available because this is an application. So once we receive the resources, we will dedicate part of those resources for an independent evaluator. But as a country, we would not be performing REDD plus if it was not supported, if we were not expecting it to be supported. So I will convert that one into a statement that is paradigm, so that it doesn't remain hanging as this. Okay. So likewise, this assignment of money already created. Yes, there is a proposed document, but has not been operationalized yet. And so that is like what was in the conformance, and this is what we shifted and carried into the registration. So let's see how we do it in the registration. Yeah, so this one I will paraphrase it so that it becomes an action instead of a question. Okay. I will be guided on how much we can continue before we take a break.
Someone certain about whether or not it was so that it's still past one. We're confident in what
So for you to have an idea, we are number 6 out of 16. But the 14 are the ones which have plans of conformance. The 15 and 16 were exempted from plans of conformance if we don't have an outcome indicator.
So 6 out of 14.
Not bad.
I think we can go for it. Can we come back by 2? 45 minutes enough for us.
See. So colleagues, good afternoon. The microphone is back. The microphone is back. Good. So we had reached our number 4 of B. So that's where we are going. Enter my mouse. I'm not good at working with this scroller. This is we have completed this child justice and meeting. So we are going to the next one, which is the number 3. And we just put the equivalent in the plan for conformity. So that we can. So the first theme in the plan of conformity, safeguard C, it mentions identify indigenous people and local communities or their equivalent, and the outcome indicator also indigenous peoples and local communities or their equivalent have been identified and their respective rights have been respected in the design and implementation of REDD+ actions. So in the registration document, let me first show you what it looks like. The first is the structure indicator. Once the participants, here the participants, they made the country which is making the application, have in place a legal framework, policies, and procedures for the identification of self-identification of indigenous peoples and local communities or equivalent, and for the respect of their rights. And these are anchored in relevant ratified international conventions, agreements, and or domestic and international subnational legal frameworks. So this is the original submission, and any colors are the adjustments based on the comments that we received. So let me first open the comments. So the comment was mentioning that this bit needs revision. So when I read through, my response was that this bit was revised. So if we notice the things I have removed, was a sentence which was about outcome, not structure. So I removed it. And that's why I think the comment was valid because requiring a correction. So the other points, the legal status of IPs in Uganda, I added a reference rooted in the constitution, and all these ones were already there, and I just added this sentence, and then the simple return of this one until there was no additional comment until we went to indicator. So at the process indicator, there was a comment, and the comment says I think these key elements need to be strengthened in the process indicator and in its current status. How have these departments and ministries supported the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities in the design of REDD+ implementation? And what is shared below be linked more clearly to REDD+ through the mandates, procedures, and resources? So it was a bit confusing for me here. I actually wanted a clarification. So this is something that I didn't address because the question was confusing. When I looked here, it looked very direct. The explanation that had been put looked extensive and direct. And if the elements they are referring to, they could clarify them, maybe I would find what to add. I didn't find what to add, so I left it. Requesting for a clarification, like a request for clarification. And I didn't want to speculate that I have understood where the elements they are talking about are. So that is the part that I left. When they clarify, that is something that we will redo. So now that one takes us to the outcome indicator. And the outcome indicator says indigenous peoples and local communities or their equivalent have been identified and their respective rights have been respected in the design and implementation of REDD+ actions. And then this had already been agreed upon. And so I went straight to the plan of conformance. And this plan of conformance, it comes from the standard of conformance where we are responding to the questions which they had indicated in the comments. And here we were supposed to remove it, but the questions are still here, so we can look at them, or we can go to the plan of conformance and go to the outcome indicator directly and see what those comments were. So if I could inline those comments. See them. The indicator focuses on identification of indigenous peoples and respect of their rights. It is not enough to only document their rights. However, were stakeholders mapped and how are local stakeholders identified and mapped, noting as previous feedback inputs that self-determination or self-identification is key. Some rights that could be considered are rights related to land, to participation, to culture, and human rights. And still needs a little more information on how evidence of rights being respected is measured and reported, e.g., what will be in the soil. So in response, I mentioned that in the summary of information on safeguards, using the guidance provided by the UNFCCC. So the information on the evidence of the rights being respected and how they are measured is detailed in the summary of information, which document we are going to review tomorrow. So these still have a linkage with each other. But even after mentioning that one, I proposed that actions have been added to go beyond documentation, and that these actions can be seen by the adjustments made to what had been put on actions. So, for example, one action was to ensure the accurate identification and mapping of IPRCs affected by REDD+ actions through the process of FPIC by entities, including government ones. So the entities who are planning to do projects that are related to REDD, they are expected to to map the indigenous peoples and local communities, and that mapping cannot be done, can best be done under FPIC. And also another action to include evidence of rights of IPRCs respected in the second summary of information on safeguards, e.g. related to land participation and how these were reported. So this one was deleted. And so e.g. this is also like an action, and then this one was already available. So I thought that these three actions, when done well, they will create the evidence on how indigenous peoples are identified and mapped. And so this is the one which was now lifted and taken to the other side. I'm pausing a minute to see if there are some reflections after lunch. Alternatively, I could continue. Okay. So the second theme of the third safeguard on indigenous peoples, it is related to respect and protection of traditional knowledge. And the outcome indicator expects the country that the traditional knowledge of indigenous peoples and community and local communities, or the equivalent, has been respected and protected in design and implementation of REDD actions where permission for its use has been granted. So REDD describes how this indicator is met. REDD actions adopt no harm approach to culture and traditional knowledge, and the other summary is mentioned, and then the parameters for measuring the outcomes. We mentioned the percentage of REDD Plus projects that have mechanisms in place to ensure conservation of cultural and natural heritage, and percentage of REDD projects with procedures for mapping and registering customer and statutory land resource rights and individual and collective statutory and customary rights. And the comments we received in the conformance to the plan was that it is not clear what traditional knowledge will be measured and how. And then also the second set of comments mentioned add more information on how traditional knowledge is defined, what mechanisms are in place to protect it, and how progress against these can be measured. So in response, I proposed that the actions that, if undertaken, will ensure recognition and protection of traditional knowledge have been added, and then the two rows combined into one. There was a redundant row this side, and I combined them. But if you watch the colors, all those colors which are imposed on the others, those are indicators of the adjustments that I made into the action column. So, for example, I mentioned that for the actions, the following actions that recognize and protect as applicable indigenous peoples and local communities' traditional knowledge and cultural heritage will be supported by all REDD Plus project components. And then I bulleted the mapping, the inclusion of guarantees, and then to ensure conservation of culture and natural heritage sites, written commitments, commensurate budgets, and to undertake mapping of this and registration of customer and statutory land rights and use of water to provide access to Ministry of Lands and Housing, to GIS as per data sharing policy and interministerial agreement. This one was already inside, and those who are familiar with the work between the Ministry of Water and Ministry of Lands, the sharing of information is part of what we are discussing in order for them to collaborate more. So forestry and the lands have been having more data on GIS compared with lands, and so they used to be receiving it from forestry, and now they want to continue, but also they are developing their own, because theirs is more detailed towards the cadastral site, and then the one of forestry is more on land use, land cover. So it is also one of the actions that if undertaken, will be able to identify, document, and protect the indigenous knowledge and the cultural heritage.
Yeah. It's just basically a question how to measure tradition. I don't know whether you respond to this.
So if you feel there is a certain point I could add, I think you suggest that point and we add it, because you can never know whether you have exhausted something. So for example, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social has guidelines for inventory of traditional knowledge and culture. So that is the one, for example, we have to use when we reach that stage. So, like up here, you see they have mentioned that the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development is the main leader, is the leader for implementing this. And if you go to their site, yesterday I went there, and they have a guide on how to inventory the indigenous peoples and local knowledge and cultural heritage. That's where we will borrow. But if I have not mentioned it very well, I'm requesting my colleague to enter it in, so that the measurement of indigenous knowledge and cultural heritage will be by use of guidelines prepared by the Ministry of Gender, so that it is also entered and we don't miss it. And thank you. Okay, so the next one, so I have been requested that I could walk through the conformance one very mainly, and then we check the comments the other side a bit later, so that we can leave room for introducing the second draft on summary of information on safeguards. Yes, please.
Maybe just before we leave that place.
For the Ministry of Lands,
Yes.
and yes.
Obviously, other access, like always, is meant to give us access to those.
So there are two informations that they share. We share with the Ministry of Lands more detail. For them, they have more detailed, the one which you call cadastral information. Before they had this project of digitizing the cadastral, they were getting land use and land cover information from our site. But even now, they still need the land use and land cover information from our site, and from UBOS, and partly from, I think, the Electoral Commission, because those ones have mapped in general terms the general information on what is on land. But for them, they have surveyed, so they have a plot and its coordinates in detail, but they don't have the general information. So they used to share each other. So the last question they had, which they were preparing an agreement, some kind of MOU, was on this GIS information that is being held by NFA, and now the ministry also has this information, so that now what they collect in detail, they can also superimpose, and then we have a single document. Secondly, protected areas, they didn't seem to have coordinates for them. They had the original plans which were and for digitizing, even when they digitized it, because there were no complainants, many of the protected areas were not entered properly. But the managers in NFA, they hold that information in more detail. And for example, so Uganda Wildlife Authority also has more detail on the protected area boundaries and the associated coordinates compared with lands itself. So they wanted that exchange. I think so. Well, I am not the one who wrote that, actually it's found it there, but if you can change the word access to share, I don't think I have any ideological differences. But that is the intention. What's the name? Like was saying. Okay, so if I go now to the registration document, trees registration, trees here. It takes us to theme C. C.2, respect and protection of traditional knowledge. The other one was the identification. This is respect and protection. And the structure indicator, these are the constitutional background to it. And the state is enjoined to promote and preserve these cultural values and practices which enhance the dignity and well-being of Ugandans. So it is, our culture is constitutional. Then we have our act. They have told me I call it chapter. What? You better help me. This, we change the act to chapter. But you put a footnote for me that the NEMA Act 2019 should be written how do we write it there?
It's got 181.
So you say now the National Environment Act, then you put in bracket CAP. You have heard how it is written. I am not familiar. If you dig it and find it, enter it. Okay. Okay. So this is the section, and okay, there were no direct comments. Maybe the one I'm looking for until I reach the plan for conformance. So the plan for conformance is here, and it was derived from this is the table we just talked about. Let me go to the other side. Yeah, this is the same table we were talking about. So this table was picked and taken the other side, and then the columns for comments removed. Okay. So this is the third one. Respect, protect, and fulfill rights of indigenous peoples and or local communities of the equivalent. And So the structure indicator, it is participants have in place legal framework, policies and programs to respect, protect and fulfill human rights of indigenous peoples and local communities. And then this is the response that we prepared. And I'm looking for a section where they put comments to see if we have addressed it well. Then if we don't see comments, then we will be going to the plan of conformance. Are you there, Miriam, on this parameter prioritized page 64 for the registration? Miriam, if you are there, you put a small placeholder. There is a paragraph we normally put slightly before we enter the parameters. We shall be entering it there. And so this is where in the plan of conformance for that theme, C3, this is the parameters prioritized, and we'll put a statement here mentioning introducing the parameters, and then the table of the plan of conformance together with the comments we received. So the comments we received were, it would, in the trees registration document and the trees monitoring document, and in outcome link back to theme C1 and B and D on the participation. So the response we prepared was that these actions are included in the trees registration document and will be part of the trees monitoring document once accepted. Then linked back to theme C1 and B and D participation. So the actions which were put, there were some actions, but I rephrased it so that they become actionable when you are preparing, for example, the budget for it. So instead of ensuring, so I put a review REDD+ actions and measures proposed by all entities undertaking or planning to undertake REDD+ activities to ensure that rights of IPRSs have been identified and respected, and then confirm that the rights referred to here also are linked to C1, C1, B, and D. So the C1 we were mentioning was on the, if we could go back for a minute, on the rights of indigenous people, self-identification of indigenous people, and then in B, it was mainly on justice and access to justice, and in D, it will be more on participation itself. And then include evidence of rights of indigenous peoples and local communities respected in second summary of information on safeguards. So when we are looking at safeguards, and we need to take care to see that this requirement of conformance is also reflected in our what we are documenting in the summary of safeguards. And then collect and store information at so water and environment. Let me pause here to see if there are some points to add on in response to the comments they had shared So let me expand this comment so that you can see who I am. Okay. Okay. Then we continue with the so the safeguard D is on participation of all relevant stakeholders, but with particular emphasis on the participation of indigenous people and local communities. And so the structure indicator expects participants have in place legal framework, policies, or programs to respect, protect, and fulfill the right of all relevant stakeholders to participate fully and effectively, including timely access and culturally appropriate information prior to consultations. And these are anchored in relevant ratified international conventions and agreements, and all domestic and if applicable subnational legal framework access is established to recourse mechanism to ensure the participation process is respected. And then this is the summary of what our response was. And I'm walking through to see where the comment is located, and then we can see how we handle it. This is the outcome indicator. So it means they didn't put any comment this side. So the outcome indicator had introducing points, and those points were cleaned. And then the summary of parameters that are proposed was included. And let me see. So this is the number of stakeholders and percentage of reference projects with ongoing stakeholders. So if I go to the other document, which is the performance document, you will see that the outcome indicator is relevant stakeholders have participated fully, effectively, and timely in the design and implementation of REDD+ actions. And this is the preamble, summary of the current outcomes based on the consultations undertaken during the REDD+ readiness phase, and then the continued proposal on continuous stakeholder for an effective participation, and how to be assured through monitoring the following prioritized parameters. And then the parameters are listed here, and then the table is this one, and then the different colors are the different contributors, and then responding also to the comments that we received. The first set of comments, there were no comments, but the second one had comments that more information is needed on the segregation of data by stakeholder type in order to show performance. And then the proposed response was more information has been added in the action column to allow for detailed desegregation. And then if you look in the actions, commission will hold independent reviews, surveys, and interviews to obtain desegregated data on relevant stakeholders, on entities representing relevant stakeholders, and on participatory mechanisms, and on procedures and transparency and accessibility to information, as well as on proportion of male or female participants and stakeholder engagement sessions during the planning and implementation of the plus actions. And also the one which was already there, we provide written reports on the stakeholders identified and stakeholders participating tracked through participation logs, meetings, and records. And then on the other parameter, prepare reports, project governance bodies on project governance bodies, consultative meetings, and implementation reports in response to the percentage of REDD projects with ongoing stakeholders involvement in decision making during the implementation phase. Okay, so again, to give you some breathing space to reflect before we go to the second theme of the fourth safeguard. Yeah, they are reflecting. They are reflecting. Any reflection?
Does the test matter?
Yeah?
Does the test matter?
The tense? Yes, it matters. If you have seen it, please alert me and allow my colleague to enter the tense properly. Where do I go?
It's very possible.
Yeah?
Just start with me now. This is the plan, so that's good.
It was inside the plan.
It has just occurred to me that we have to write it as a plan. So now I'm going to go out.
Okay, it is fine. But I am requesting that the tense comes after the content. Once you are satisfied with the content, then we come to the tense.
Of course.
So that this language we also learn it after. So that there is a period now for cleaning after this one, and we shall also even give those who are good at English to help us to remove anything that is not in the right language. But for now, we are trying it. Eh?
So long as we don't change that.
Exactly, for long as you don't change the meaning. So the second theme is promote adequate participatory procedures for meaningful participation of indigenous peoples and local communities on equivalent. So in the outcome indicator expects design, implementation, and periodic assessments of REDD+ actions where relevant undertaken with the participation of indigenous peoples and local communities of equivalent, including, if applicable, through FPIC in accordance with relevant international or domestic, if applicable, subnational legal framework, and in accordance with their respective rights and decision-making structures and processes. So here is the summary introducing the conformance plan, but if I could go to the registration document, Sure.
Trying to understand what they mean by the equivalent of the local person by eating as person. Is the equivalent.
So when they say equivalent, what can I say? I'm trying to look for an example. Omuvubuka is a word for the young person who's a boy in Uganda. Now, if I put it in Rwanda, it might be umusori. So that's the equivalent in language. So now, when you say in the indigenous peoples and local communities at global level, the South Americans have what they call the indigenous peoples because in the recent history, 500 years, they received visitors who are completely not them. And so those visitors became nationalists and took over the country, and they are the leaders, but they have been fighting to have recognition of the people they found and we call them indigenous. Now, when you come to Africa, we also received the visitors in the last 100 years. I'm using a very mild approach on the visitors. And those visitors, when they were writing for us, they listed those they called indigenous. Virtually, they listed every Ugandan who was not Indian or white as indigenous. So when you go to South Americans looking for an interpretation for the indigenous, and in Uganda, our indigenousness differs a little bit. For us, everybody here is indigenous. So who would be the equivalent?
I think that's where
Since
we are not in the document for Uganda,
yes.
we have the indigenous.
So that is why that word of equivalence was created. That if a South American mentions indigenous, what is your equivalent for indigenous in Uganda? So in our constitution, we have the marginalized, the vulnerable, and those whom history did not allow to sit at the same table as others. So those ones, if they are self-identified, those become an equivalent for the other indigenous. Two, when the countries were negotiating, after you reflect on that, when the countries were negotiating this activity and the others, they mentioned that whereas you may have indigenous peoples, please accept local communities to be also as part of the equivalent. And so here we have equivalents in the form of local communities, but also we go deeper and call some of them forest dependent. So when we were starting REDD, we requested experts to help us clean out who are dependent on forests and who were indigenous. Again, through the civil society and democratization of our country, we have Ugandans now who would like to be called indigenous and have gathered together, and they say they are more indigenous than the categorization of 1926, which was adopted by the current constitution of 1995 as amended. And so those categories, we keep repeating them and putting the word equivalent. So internationally, they use the word equivalent so that they are not insensitive to you.
But I think from the constitution and what I would do with that international accepted, we are not indigenous. It is those marginalized groups, most of whom are even forest dependent, that are regarded as indigenous and they even mentioned. So when we are talking about indigenous persons, we refer to those and then we have the local communities. But it is used there to emphasize that you may, if you put those so-called indigenous among the local communities, they can disappear.
Maybe as a follow-up, this is now country specific. bringing what the constitution requires.
Yes. If we are getting into project development, okay, and the project is to be anywhere where those categories are, then you get into things of indigenous people's planning framework. We must have clear interventions for them in that particular area. Whereas other local communities, we talk about stakeholder engagement. We go to the local stakeholders. So in this case, the indigenous are those mentioned. And when we are going to do anything within their areas, then there must be specific actions for them. Otherwise, you cannot say I'm also indigenous, so there must be something for you to remain as part of the stakeholders, local communities. Yeah, but now it is county specific. Now, for our case in Uganda, much as we know we are indigenous, where they are saying we must involve indigenous communities, then they are referring to those marginalized, historically disadvantaged, and so on. You want one over them. Yeah, yeah, it's not something you will find in this document, referring to IDLCs. They go hand in hand. Yeah. Okay.
So this is the information we have entered in the registration document. And I'm navigating to get the comments they shared with us so that we can see how they were reflected. So on this section, they mentioned that this portion requires revision. And this, in response, we say that the portion of this paragraph was revised. So the English you were mentioning was not moving correctly, so I made a correction to some, and where I felt
are we at outcome? That's it.
No, this was a comment on the registration document. So I was, whenever I would get the comment, I would address it. And then when I reach the outcome, I would also introduce the outcome from the other outcome side. That's how the two work together. So this one was asking a clarification on to achieve this target consultations and training were conducted for forest-dependent indigenous peoples and special interest group, legislators, government officials, policymakers, and so on, and as follows. And the following were the key topics that were addressed in the trainings. So they wanted some expansion on this one, and then this is the sentences made this paragraph coherent, and then the outcome comes this time now.
Yes, we have, and one thing we have to prepare is now the reports ready. Because when the auditors have, someone can hit on that and say, what's the evidence?
So those reports will now be collected and put in one place. But for example, on this one, you see, like these ones, the sources of information are here. Strengthening participatory structures and conducting capacity building trainings to enhance stakeholder engagement at the national and subnational level. This was a sub-activity that was paid for by UNEP under the first grant of UNEP for UN REDD, under UN REDD. So the report is there, And that's where this information comes from. Even this one, this is where the source of that information is.
Robert, what is our IT system? What is
That's the information system.
There is a system where repository is supposed to go and have all our documents.
We have the Google Drive.
We have to think about these all things and begin putting them there. Avoid anyone pushing us at some time.
If you have that activity actually under this support, which is strengthening the safeguards information system.
Well, that was coming in the coming months, but
yes.
we agreed. I think I heard that you understood what you said. Okay. As we mentioned in the documents, we pick it and keep it somewhere.
That would be fine. There's no problem.
Pick somewhere, put there. So at one point, we have somewhere where we shall have all this information.
So the conformance plan for this is the refined plan of conformance for outcome indicators, safeguards D, scheme D to promote adequate participatory procedures for the meaningful participation of indigenous peoples and local communities of equivalent. So this one was derived. Yes, please. I'm waiting.
I'm reading also.
Oh, I thought you were. I thought you wanted to say something. So I was taking you to the table and then the comments that we addressed.
Okay, let us look at it.
So these are the comments that they had wanted us to address. Let me make them big. So it is important to note that the number of engagements may not indicate that IPLCs have been engaged in design, implementation, and assessments. Even more, how are their decisions-making structures respected, and how is FPIC applied where relevant? So in response, I proposed that one, I have proposed actions which will provide conformance with the decision with the D2, i.e. promoting adequate participatory procedures, and then the proposal to suggested indicator specific on FPIC process is their national guidance. These shown in the red projects in the country was handled by inclusion of action 2 and 3 because the country has a guidance that is equivalent to FPIC procedure. So let me show you the document that the IUCN helped us prepare, again under this UNEP support of the UN REDD national program. It was called a guide for engaging forest dependent communities and private and community forest owners in REDD Plus initiatives. So this report is publicly available, but it also includes sections of FPIC. And so the actions here which I proposed were, just a moment. Action 1, review the safeguards information system and include indicators to track and ensure continued promotion of adequate participatory procedures. So this is in the next months, if that support is effected, we will now enter a larger Excel sheet of our safeguards information system M&E component, excuse me, and check the indicators one by one and their means of verification. This is why I removed the other comment on the response to the means of verification. It will be handled on the other side. So at the same time, that side will now force us to enter an indicator that will be fulfilling this very outcome. Because we will not have forgotten, they will come to measure us against it. And this nature of working is what I learned when I visited Vietnam. You remember, they had requested us to visit Vietnam by giving examples of Vietnam. So I visited Vietnam. That's for them, because their document for safeguards information is more detailed with at the level of means of verification. They would simply refer that the document to indicator in the document on the information system. That's how that's all they put, a single line. And so for us, because we don't have that detail the other side, we have made it an action this side. Okay. This is achievable, it is not far-fetched, even the 3 years is far away. Because if this support that we have currently is effected, it will help us enter that information there. So that's part of it. The second action, and then I listed the minimum that it will make us meet. The second action was just a moment. Participation of IPRCs and other marginalized groups in design and implementation. So the key words they want to see is that these people participate. And then the action 2, put review the national guide for engaging forest dependent people so that it can include REDD specific processes and instruments that will be applied, such as FP. So it has FP steps there, but I said this action is doable by revising it. So it was prepared 2016, I think 2017 by IUCN and the ministry. But now if we review it, anything we will have missed, we can enter it properly, and then it can help us meet this outcome requirement without a flinch. And by cleaning it, it will also be now obeying the instructions from the regulation, which says you must have a benefit sharing plan, but also evidence of consultations. The regulation mentions also you must show that you consulted. And in addition to that, you must also have a benefit plan. So when you do it well, the things come naturally. It's because they are circular. Many budgeters think that they don't know how to find. It is not a bag of cement. It is not these long bars which you buy that you have given 16T, you have given 17F, which are fixed and you can carry and show a person. But it is a meeting. Sometimes you call it and it rains. So instead of 10 a.m. in the morning, they say we are available at 3. You sit and wait. So it confuses accountants and procurement managers when it is not very predictable, but this is the cycle that you will be involved in. Then the action number 3, using the reviewed national FPIC protocol, build the capacity of the IPRCs and present evidence that this capacity has been applied, this FPIC has been applied in the programs and projects of REDD. And then an action 4, collect both qualitative and quantitative information on how IPRCs use the procedures to engage in the planning. And then action to show the level of participation, number, results, and then percentages of versus total people that support monitoring of REDD actions, and the number of community consultations, and actions and functioning on monitoring systems for periodic assessments of actions. Then another action number 5, related to the solution of existing PLC governance structures, it is prepare and provide implementation reports reflecting involvement of PLC governance structures in implementation implementation of REDD class actions. So these actions, in my opinion, will address the comments, but also will fulfill the conformance required for this indicator. And then this is what I lifted and took to the registration document, and then we remove the columns for the comments. Okay.
Yeah, we will share and find and see their comments because the persons were really very well. Just reporting on disability data was like not to present full participation. But I think what the sound maybe the switch, which I think will wait for their comment.
I will give you, when we are preparing a proposal to receive support to prepare these documents, our budget was about 12 million. And 7 million was on participation and consultation. And the first grant we got was 3.6 million. And the portion for participation and consultation was less than $1 million. You see, the same people who want us to engage, participate in a evolving manner, do not want to pay the cash associated with participation and consultation. And that's it can be a big dilemma. Because even if a meeting was to cost 1 shilling per participant, when you list them properly, it will be the number of meetings times that 1 shilling per participant. There's no hiding anything. But still, because the cycles are many, that's why elections ask for more money. You are reaching every single Ugandan that has an age of 18 and above, unless that Ugandan is not willing to participate. And yet you are not even buying him a sweet. But here you are buying us a cup of tea. So you can imagine now if you wanted to reach the same number of people with 1 single bottle of water at 500. Okay, but that is the spirit. You have entered the steps that are required for it to happen. So countries like Switzerland, who hold referendums instead of elections on every issue, including smoking or whatever, they build systems in which a person is reached almost at an instant. They don't buy them a cup of tea, they already have the cup of tea. So it is easy enough for them to hold that referendum. But you can't hold the referendum here. So that one was the section for D. So D had two themes, and now we go to E. So safeguard E is on natural forests, but also on socioeconomic empowerment. So REDD plus developed countries, because this safeguard was written in South Africa, and the developed countries, in particular Norway, was interested in the section of non-conversion of natural forests and full protection of ecosystems. Then, developing countries were interested in the continued flow of the goods and services produced by these forests and natural systems. You can see the two worlds. We love our forests because they produce this. They love our forests because they produce air. So this thing was split into two, and the first theme is on natural forests and no conversion, but the third one is on livelihoods and social, yes, deliverables of what the forests provide. And then the intermediate one is on the ecosystems, other ecosystems. So the first one was non-conversion of natural forests and other natural ecosystems. And the structure indicator is relevant legal framework, policies and programs that are consistent with the term natural forests and other natural ecosystems, distinguishing them from plantations, and describing the process of mapping and spatial distribution of natural forests and other natural ecosystems. And then the response, I found this one here, and it didn't have any comments, even if it had these reds. So I didn't touch it. So, and then the stakeholder engagements organized to discuss drivers of deforestation and forestation. If they don't comment on it again, when we are cleaning up on the monitoring report, we will beef it up with the original evidence so that it has this as well as the other parts which are missing, which we can't add immediately now to cause confusion.
Exactly, just for you to know. I don't know for what reason, but there has been a better there's been a lot of concentration from A to D. That's why even with the other side of the plan of conformance, you will not see much comment there. Okay, at some point, when you had the back and forth on the plan of conformance, the first concentrated on the areas. But the last input we gave, we had not received response. And so I would still propose that if it is deemed that what is there is not sufficient, we may not wait for them to point it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So down in the plans of conformance, actually, I entered more detailed information. If I could take you there first, because it was already contained in the assessment report, but hadn't been captured by the team that was entering this one. I think that's what you are mentioning.
Yes,
they had not picked it up.
That information.
So let me show you it. So on the outcome, it has a lot of information, and this information was not questioned from the other side. So, and in addition to that, this is the comments which I received were showing that just a moment. You see the comments? What about other natural ecosystems? The parameters proposed still only focuses on natural forest areas. It would be useful to compare spatial change in the area of natural forests with spatial distribution of REDD plus interventions or actions. Also, what parameters can shortly report on outcomes related to the design of REDD actions. So I proposed that the suggestions include and more clarity, provide suggestions included, because there were suggestions in the other side, and more clarity provided in the column of actions. So actions were expanded and made clear on the information to be collected that would meet the parameters. So the parameters were not touched because they didn't go but the information on the actions, which will be collected will cover 100% of what is expected for this outcome indicator. So
it was one area we wanted first. Was in my time, and I was also not sure what I was putting in there. Okay, so I need it still, but now you've already.
So yes, because we had prepared them in the assessment document, but we had not been given all other details. So, and they didn't differ very much from what you had suggested as the parameters. So they will be accommodated within this site. And then even the next one, it was asking almost related questions. It was saying, what's the next one? Diversity. Yes. That why don't we use the information in the trees assessment report? Yes, so I went to the assessment report and picked that information and entered it into the actions. Okay.
I'm wondering, is it too late to share this with you? It would be easier to follow. From where I'm sitting, I can't even, I'm seeing the colors on the black ones, but I can't read.
It's just seeing the
I understand.
Sorry, you're raising the issue when you're almost ending.
Better late than never. So in the morning, we had a discussion here with Miriam on whether we should use a coffee table. Because when you use a coffee table, you use the whole blackboard. Because you go backwards and fill the whole space. But we compromised on this because it looks clean enough. But now, if I had sat there, I wouldn't say anything myself. So Miriam has, I don't see why she can't share. If she has no problem, she has now the list of the people in the attendance. She could share, and then you look at it very quickly. But I was explaining to him the way he mentioned that on safeguard number E, the previous document had not gone deep. And so he had wanted us not to miss the opportunity to put what is missing, even if it wasn't commented on. And so I was showing him that actually the comments were provided in the conformance plan of conformance as compared in the registration document. And so what I am going to do, I'm going to add more information in the registration document that it was missing, that even if it is in the other indicators, like the process indicator or the structure indicator, because they didn't have time to scrape more detail. But for you, you have to endure until they share something, because if I expand, I will be moving in a limitational manner. So, for example, you show this, then I have to walk with you this way, this way, this way, this way, until I reach the comment. Then I walk down, you see one line, then I take you left, 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 left. I mean, honestly, that is the truth for you to be able to read it with me. So, I think you benefit more if you could share.
Because sharing will also allow us to move. Things that just speaking.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it will give us more meaningful participation. You can see people it's.
So let me go back now to in a slower mode. In here, where E starts. This is where the E starts. Yes. So it has three themes. And when we started, let me now expand this. What I knew, we talked about it, Miriam, in the morning. I said, can we borrow the coffee table and then go backwards? Because that way, you increase the area where you're predicting. So you can now read that land conversion. So that's the criteria for the safeguard, the first one. Then I wanted to take you to the second one, but this first one, the structure indicator, and then these were the notes that we had put, and it was telling him that they don't have any comment on them, but to me they looked that they were missing something, and I wanted it to be added at the second iteration, since it was not addressing a single comment that they had mentioned. He said if I have the information, I can beef it up, which I am going to do. And then the next one is the process indicator, which the information that was populated is substantial. And also on the outcome indicator, I am moving very fast because I don't intend to read it. I will stop at the outcome and then show you the conformance, and then there I can stop so that I show you the comments. And then when there are comments in the middle in the registration document, I zoom on them and we also couple them together. I show you how I have responded to them. And if there is something missing, I add it on so that we finish this first phase of the first comments, and we'll get another wave or an acceptance of how we have addressed them. Okay. So I am moving so that you can see if there is any comments. There are no comments. So I come now to the plan of conformance. So the plan of conformance was giving these parameters. The parameters are biophysical, so they are usually not disputed. The area change in natural forest area, the area change in natural ecosystems, which are, if they are different from forests, the evidence that REDD interventions have been designed awaiting a conversion, and this one will be the suggestion word will be removed so this becomes the actual parameter. And then the comments, because this one is in the registration section, it doesn't have the comments section. The comments section are in the plan for conformance. And the comments which were received were these ones, and then the proposals for handling them. So the suggestion they provided were actually written inside the tables. So here the responses, the suggestions have been included, and then more clarity provided in the columns of action. So the actions were beefed up, and then the suggestions which they had made were included. So that is the first of the themes. And then the second theme of the fifth indicator is that the protect the natural forests, biological diversity, and ecosystem services. So this one, if I take you now to the registration document, you see all the information. Structure indicator, relevant ratified international conventions, agreements, and domestic legal framework of policies identify priorities for protection and conservation of natural forest areas. And this was the response that was provided. And I'm looking for sections where they put a comment so that we'll zoom it on it. Still commenting or responding to here. So we're just screening this sentence so that they can flow properly, but the comment is written down that was requesting for that adjustment. It. You see this comment? It was just one word. Incomplete. Where has it disappeared? This one. Yes, so where you see the other red, they were the revisions in order to complete that sentence. But that's what prompted also the adjustment in the chapeau, like the top where the explanation starts. So that was the comment which was on that section, and then we go to the plan of conformance. We wanted him to reach, I think that's what they got, let him reach. They have changed, but it was page 84. You are there. Okay. We have seen that comment. It was talking about the purpose of the environment and social management framework. And that's the recommendation to made. So I went there to that report and picked it, entered it there, so that there is no confusion in that sentence. And then the things which I felt were not required, I just deleted them. But because this is a track changes, it's stay. They are visible. It's the document I can use to pick them from. So the plan of conformance for this one uses parameters. This is where Nathan, you mentioned that had not been complete. So when they told us to use the parameters we had proposed in the assessment, I picked them up and entered them here, then give them a new look. So let me take you to the plan of conformance. We look at it, chapter number 13. Capacity will be the big one. So still double entrance, but the parameters is the first parameter, second parameter, third parameter here, social. So these parameters are divided into the way the set that is, and we are responding to these comments. These were the comments that we received. Indicators should be quantified and very more specific. This was the second comment, like re-emphasizing the first comment. So,
Have a comment.
yes.
For us to be able to measure these parameters. When you look at indicator 2 here, area from conversion for another land such as plantation and I think it should be on cultivable something area. Then area from human activities. When you look at these two, I think it will be very hard for you to separate the two indicators because both cultivation and plantation, maybe forestry, those are human activities. I don't know how we shall be specific on separating these two indicators. It may be.
Which column are you under?
Parameter 1.
So
here down parameter 75.
Here.
No, next.
Here.
Yes.
Hey.
When you read under them, they're looking at area of intact natural forest. But then down, the next two.
I continue down.
Up.
I'm sorry for that.
So you're having area protected from conversion to another land use, such as plantation and or I think cultivable, whatever it's supposed to be. Then area protected from other human activities. When you cultivate, I think those are some of the other human activities. I don't know. But separating the two may be a bit hard. Maybe where we can separate, because we know we have areas that are protected and are under wildlife. We could have areas that are protected from illegal hunting. And then we could also have areas that are protected from illegal hunting to cover
any other activities that may take place.
So we separate these two.
I am thinking it is hard for us to draw a line between the second and third. I don't know what other people think. In terms of heritage.
Usually, it ties with the second.
So my thinking it would have been, because when you say, okay, back to number two. Number two says area protected, area protected from conversion to another land use such as plantation and or cultivate area. But cultivate area could also mean at the same time could be anything that is done under human activities. That is my thinking. So it looks like there is an override. How will you specifically tell that you protected this natural forest from maybe cultivate area and then this one from illegal? I don't know. It is a bit hard because we have two protected areas in Uganda, especially with forests. We have those under wildlife conservation and we have those under central forest reserves and local forest reserves. So maybe if we could have two of those, looking at area protected from maybe conversion and illegal logging as one, then we can illegal logging, yes, but we could also have, maybe they can actually do one on area protected from conversion, maybe to plantation and illegal logging as one. Then we have another area protected from illegal hunting as two. Then maybe we have the third one. I know because we want to bring out the issue of agriculture expanding into forest land. And then we could have one on conversion into culture. But to me, they are kind of overriding each other. So it is very hard for you to have separate data.
Miriam, are you on that page? Instead of making notes, if you go to this table, you are in a track changes, and you click like below that bullet and you add her point. Then we can clean it later. I think that will help. While she's doing that, I look at bullet one more as looking at deforestation, because both of them scrape the forest completed cleanliness. And then the other one is more of degradation, if you are looking in terms of carbon dioxide loss. So this was like become relatives because you are not finishing the forest, but you are making it less good for carbon and biodiversity. But I have no problem whatsoever that is ideological from adding the bullet. Clarify.
No, it's something you can further look into because to me it's a bit hard to separate.
So let her add the bullets. That is very hard to measure. Unfortunately, it is useful. Please propose how to measure it or just remove it.
But not remove it, maybe we could look at the efforts you're putting in place to help people managing this natural forest. How many of these are maybe something like that? Or the efficiency, but how do you measure the efficiency of these things? Because it becomes, I don't know what was in mind when you were coming up with the level.
It is an indicator used in the governance assessment of sustainable forest management. So the human touch. So if long time ago, in the forest department, somebody would say, "Wait a minute," but we had like a form you would fill, which would mention the effort deployed by an officer, by a ranger, by a guard. So the guard had a target and kilometers along the boundary. and an area associated with her bid. And she would fill that form with respect to, there was also another one with labor. And those forms were filled daily, at the latest weekly. Those ones speak to the human effort. So it is measured by what you have put in your individual, annual, and quarterly work plans. So when you say I'm going to patrol 17 kilometers this quarter, but my forest is 80 kilometers boundary, and then another manager says 13 hectares will be inspected. And then you inspect less, then you can use that approach, or you can use an 8-5 approach. Both of them do. They are complicated to measure. And so if you feel they are going to disturb us, we remove them, or if you feel we should like split the atom, we enter the actual information that is actually asked when you are using that approach.
Because is there anywhere we unpack this kind of, we go down and explain the exact goal we're going to measure, for example, the number of people. In our document, we have somewhere we have that detail.
No, what we did was to put actions that will give us time to split these. So you remember in the other section, it was saying means of verification. So the means of verification in our safeguards information system will be elaborated. And that is where we elaborate the indicators and sub-indicators, and that is where we put the means of verification. But at this stage, we had stopped only at the actions that will help us to move towards the achieving of the parameters. It keeps us working.
Yeah, and also, given the situation now, the fact that the forestry sector is underfunded, I'm worried that I'm going to be able to school this year, because you expect somebody to be working much, right? Because of the inadequate facilitation. Also, somebody is not able to cover the so many other kilometers or numbers of patrols to undertake. So I don't know whether there will be support to help them enhance their working so that we can score highly when we are reporting.
Okay.
But it's a good one. Maybe perhaps it provides what we used to
how
do.
measurable, how you set the target for it, especially the way it's looked at, and how you easily communicate it without saying so.
No, it's not here. It's in your face. It says they used to be. It used to be there. It used to happen, right? So I think it's about reviving some of these good practices, maybe.
I cannot save the world alone.
Yeah,
I must save it with you. If you are not
benchmark.
If you are not converted, we take it away.
We were guided. But let's commit to what we are certainly able to achieve. There was no harm under commit as long as we develop it. I think that there is some bit of uncertainty there. We don't we are not certain that this forms part of what we do, or it is something that was once done and is no longer being done.
So, Miriam, this bullet which is mentioning level of effort by natural forest area, you have seen it. The members are saying that it is complex and we remove it.
I'm also thinking, since it's talking about natural forests, and the need, we never know they could be having capacitation and maybe officers to attend this certificate. So if we may be able to measure up to some level. Perhaps maybe we need to also interact with them and find out how it is before we can.
I don't want to leave a burden to you as a planner when I will not be there to assess the level of effort. If there is a general feeling that that level of effort is too hard, it goes away. Unfortunately, like a cancer, if it is not treated, it kills the man or the woman. But it was complicated. It was complicated and she died.
That's complicated.
Yes. But so I let's first, if they bring it back, we will give it, but for the time being, I am requesting that we first remove it. We are not going to consult another team other than you.
No, the commission.
Oh, no, that level. We can bring it with notice, but we will not consult him alone on that one alone. It will kill him.
I think that level of effort, we can be given the same tasks, like you are saying, you are given maybe 17 found out. But the way my approach to work may be different than Xavier's approach to work. So measurement of that because it is as how much we can see it is already complicated.
So this is the commission I wanted to make consult. Yeah, it goes. It goes. Actually, it doesn't require you to change your work habits. No, it simply says within your salary, within your terms of reference, you have prepared an annual work plan and performance plan. That is all. That one has been approved by your supervisor. That is the one you use. And that is and after the 6 months or 12 months, you do a self-assessment. And that assessment says, out of my plan of walking 15 kilometers, I have walked 10. The level of effort therefore is equal to 10 divided by 15 times 100. Or if you want it as a ratio, it is 0 point something. It doesn't say that you must walk like a Korean, or an American, or a South African ranger. No, but you walk like a forest officer you are from Uganda. But let it go. If somebody remembers it, it will come back.
How about saying area, protected areas?
We already covered it up where you mentioned. So this one was, you see, we fear to talk about the humans that look after, because the areas you are going to do GIS, and that is this work. But if the person doesn't do the work on the ground, the GIS will pick what he has not done. Now this one was to pick resources to allow the person who works that proportion to work it.
Okay, we have removed. But I'm allowed to you that you have another intervention.
Okay. Okay, sir.
You're not conforming.
So the second E,
but we are going to finish it.
So this is the third one, outcome indicator. This is the last one because the other two safeguards do not have an outcome indicator.
Okay.
So although Uganda has not had any direct application of this indicator,
When that's what it is.
yeah, the indicator is on social enhancement of social and environmental benefits.
Okay.
So this is what the developing countries who have forests required more. So the developed countries wanted you to keep your forest intact for biological diversity and environmental services, especially the absorption and prevention of climate change. The developing countries wanted the enhancement of social, especially social benefits. And so this indicator was created. And so among the parameters we elected to observe was the listed social and environmental benefits, number of women, men, and IPLCs living below national poverty. So now to remove that. Come on, help me. So the document has been shared. Hey, okay. Apologies, we are sharing again for those who are online. There is someone online.
The person is the host.
Most of them. For declaration of a short break.
The short break will be actually lasting to the next presentation. Okay. So we finish and then
This is the illustration section. The conformance plan, the plan of conformance for safeguard E, theme number 2, protect the natural forests. This is the one we are looking at the level of effort, which we are going to remove, and then go to the next one. So this one was the one on enhancement of social. So some of the information on structure. Illustration that I can show you. This one. Here, there is a correction to make here. The table was put under process, and these notes are for the outcome. So they will be shifted. And then now that I have your permission, you will enter the information required for this structure indicator. And also the process indicator, because we have prepared them under the assessment. We also believe we had also prepared them. You remember the Sheraton meeting? I think we had also prepared them because we presented. So I will double check there, then bring that information back to the site. So members, that is like the summary of the registration and conformity plan corrections in response to the comments that we received. And I would like to thank you for your patience, listening to one voice all the time, and working with me through 58 pages of the conformance plan, and also 100 and something pages of the registration document, 150. Thank you very much. I hand over to the administrator.
Thank you, Gambia. Another round of applause. Taking that decision in the morning, considering that we had a lot of input from stakeholders earlier, and we shared these reports with the reviewers the other side. And for fear of risking redoing and getting very, very new information, we chose to rather do it as a plenary, and I'm glad that one, we are now at the same level of understanding of what these documents are about and what is expected of us. So thanks to Xavier for that work. We were almost ready to share with the reviewers, but from the discussions, it turns out that some more work will be added, although we have already addressed the comments as given. So I don't know how much time we may need to put those few additions that we have agreed upon. Because you remember in our last online meeting, we agreed we should have sent them about 2 weeks ago, as per your promise then. So we have a reason to hold a bit, but we shouldn't take much longer. So I don't know when should we expect one with those comments such that we share the other side, give them time to review.
No, we are not allowed to tender weekend as working days, but that's the time normally when the consultants work. So latest will be Tuesday.
Okay. Okay, we'll get that and share. Sorry. Our colleagues from our program, we have achieved what we intended to achieve for today. But there is a humble request to achieve more so that you have less for tomorrow. And there is a request from the presenter that we would allow him to present what was supposed to be. What was supposed to be a presentation on the approach to summary of information by Robert Machika, given that he may not be with us tomorrow at this time. So it is a 30 minutes presentation. At this time on the program. I was looking at the program, then I was referring that time. Yeah, so could we give ourselves some 5 minutes to pick a cup of tea when we come back? But also, we need to confirm whether you have seen some mobile money messages on your phone. If you haven't, then you let us know. With that, you are even free to check in this hotel. The jam that it is late, you have the ability to sleep here. So, yeah, when you let us know, we shall ask them to even reduce for you. So pick a cup of tea and we shall invite Robert to come and give us the last presentation for the day.
One retreat was misused.
Equally, Bob said you cannot tell people that you're taking them for retreat and you're taking them for Sarah. So you should be able for the right word for touch.
Now, you forget it.
Let's go with us. Let's look about the rights. Number of land stock resource institutions that follow free prior. Number one. Number of land stock resource institutions that follow free prior informed consent protocols demonstrated in the red statements. Waiting for the point of getting this one.
See how defensive I am.
As we wait for the chair. So colleagues, as we wait for the chair, I was thinking if we will stretch a bit. Some of us, when we oversleep, all the way to goes in the notes. So feel free to. And stretch your arm. Before that stretching, Jamie. You know to make letter O. You know to make letter O. Patience.
Oh, you want it to done like this?
You have to use the body to make letter O.
Then make
So that is S. Then you make letter S.
Why?
If you have finished letter S, make letter A. I think they are all your words now are flexible. Let me see if the chair is done with this call.
So that you know, we don't move forward.
You didn't assign anyone to step in for you, so we couldn't proceed.
Oh, it's sweet.
Those just like that when you are out there. So you still in charge. You are Robert, take on the floor.
Thank you very much. Chair, when we are stretching, it is not easy to present in the evening, not even afternoon. But Xavier here taught me how to be stable in the evening discussion. I don't know why REDD plus negotiations were always in the evening.
We were not the favorite of the secretariat.
Whenever we went for REDD plus negotiations in the UNFCC, this was the time we would start.
You're tired.
When everyone is tired. And I used to like the stamina of Brazil. What those people used to eat. They will never sleep. They are always active. But luckily enough, some of you who are following negotiations on REDD plus, we are giving you now the tactics. That when everyone is tired, that is when REDD plus used to happen. I was always behind Xavier when he was negotiating with the Cancun safeguard. My work was to be behind him and take notes of how these safeguards were reached on. I will never forget an embarrassment of that one evening, Xavier. I think I stepped out. I made a mistake of sitting in front of your chair, and then I was taking people behind in the evening. And the embarrassment I got was the chair had to ask me to wait for the lead negotiator for Uganda because I was taking them too behind. So when Xavier came, I just stepped out, I ran away. So Xavier didn't know what happened. You never know. But the reality was I was asking questions. Which questions I know you are going to ask? Because these were some of the key decisions which came out of Cancun. I had someone saying, this is not a retreat. In Cancun, it was a beach. For some of you who have been to Cancun, some of us even, we never stepped in that water. Can you imagine? Being on a beach and you only go to your room at past midnight and you run away there. So, my name is Robert Bachika. I do too many roles, but my current role with the Ministry of Water as a consultant is to advise on that animal called nationally determined contribution. So from your observation in the morning that you wanted a primer before you go into the gist of the matter, we thought that that would happen when we are looking at an item called summary of information. We thought it would be good to give an overview of the summary of information and what is the approach. So this is a simple outline. For some of you who recall those things, don't feel offended, but we are just making a flow. So I will just remind you of the Warsaw framework, which I'm happy to say I negotiated. What information do we mean when we talk of a summary of information? What was Uganda's first summary of information? In short, what we are calling SOI. What were the conclusions? You have heard Xavier telling you he has boarded a plane to Vietnam.
Yes, I was in Hanoi.
For me, I have remotely gone to Vietnam, Guyana, but I was in Brazil. So next. So what is Warsaw framework in Uganda's context? The things that we summarize here, some of you have been reading them, but you might not have interpreted them. So the Warsaw framework is a body of how we summarize the MRV of REDD+. Some of you have been hearing about MRV, measurement, reporting, and verification. Now, MRV has been known for climate mitigation basically, but there is always a silent MRV, which is the MRV of REDD+. So the Warsaw framework elaborates the MRV of REDD+. And it has 4 components. First is the National REDD+ Strategy or Action Plan. And you know very well, Uganda, we developed a REDD+ strategy in 2017. It is one of the most expensive strategies that we have ever developed. It is one of the most expensive strategies this country has ever developed. And that strategy has 7 strategic options, which I listed there. One thing which makes me smile when I'm tracking NDC and I hear we are not implementing REDD+, I smile and I say, what are we saying? We are doing all of these things. We are doing the climate smart agriculture, we are doing irrigation, we are doing minimum tillage, we are doing sustainable charcoal production, we are doing large commercial timber plantation, we are doing restoration, we are doing a lot of energy storms even in refugees. We are doing wildfire management. We are doing climate smart livestock. So when you say we are not implementing REDD+, then what are we doing? So part of my work is to track how we're implementing climate adaptation and mitigation interventions. And I can tell you at least every quarter I get an update, which is related to any of those. So this means as we continue to say we are not implementing REDD+, then we need to be clear on what are we not implementing. Come to the second component, which is called a forest reference level or a forest emission level. For Uganda, the forest reference emission level is 8,254,661 tons of carbon dioxide every year. One of the things we do, and I want you to keep in this room, we don't interpret forest emission in our DSD. Because if we do, the thing we will blank out. I don't mean the inventory, I mean the modeling for ends. Because if we do, our baseline emissions will be abnormal. Okay? But that is for Uganda, that is part of your confidentiality. You never tell anyone, just tell them we model emissions, that. But you know, forestry emissions, we keep some data. The reason why I took this information, because I know a number of you, this is going to be part of your work. And you need to know, because there are processes we call international analysis of information we send. For example, we sent a technical annex of REDD+, where we are showing the progress on reducing emissions. So between 2000 to 2015, basing on our area under deforestation, in our 3 clusters of Uganda's forests, you know, we cluster plantations, tropical forests, and woodland savanna. As all of you know, by fact, where is our largest deforestation of the civic of these? Where do we find the highest levels of deforestation? Woodlands. Why then the emissions for woodlands very small? If that is the area, which all of us know, that is where we have the highest levels of deforestation. Show of hands. Yes?
The amount of biomass. Because if you look at the woodlands, it's small. So even if you have someone in the woodland, the amount of emission is not compared to one. That's how I would understand.
That's a good trial. Any other? Yes?
The accumulation of the biomass
Of the woodland. Somewhere. I will leave with this group because I know you environment. You are not you are not forever in the forest. So one of the problems why MRB should be a critical issue for colleagues doing REDD class is that whatever information we put, there are other variables which affect it. And one of the variables which affect our activity data, which is area under deforestation, are emission factors. Now, one of the problems we are a tier 1 country. We have refused to graduate. The way you see Uganda has refused to move from one RDC. Other countries have graduated, Uganda is still stagnant. There are parameters for you to go to middle income. So, the reason why you see emissions from woodlands go down, yet woodland is where we have the highest level of area under deforestation, because of emission factors. So the tier 1 emission factor for woodland is small. And you know why? The designers of these IPCC guides and what made it that way, because they know that is where you have the highest emissions, so they rather keep it low. But what they are most interested in, the tropical high forest. And that has an emission factor of almost 560 units. Meaning each unit of deforestation, each hectare you deforestate in a tropical forest, multiply it by 560. So you can imagine. Yet for this one, each unit you deforestate is multiplied by 90. Now, the reasons behind those statistics, ask the Xavier. Me, I found those figures. That's why I was always asking questions during Cancun, etc. So, when you multiply the area across the 15-year period, what we have lost under plantation, what we have lost under tropical forests, what we have lost under woodlands. Remember, each of them has a different emission factor. When you sum up this, you get around 123 million tons of carbon dioxide. Okay? When you divide 123 million tons, divided by the 15 years, that's how you come to what? The 8,254,614 tons of carbon dioxide. Now, this is our average forest emission scenario, forest emission baseline. Yes?
How does the emission factor for plantation compare with woodland? Difference higher.
I said this is the highest, followed by plantations, followed by woodlands. So all this information is contained in our frame. If you have seen a document called Forest Reference Emission Level for Uganda, we submitted it. It's one of the accompaniments in the REDD strategy. So that information is there. I would encourage you, please revisit it, because one of the arguments we are making is we need to update this information. Because as you see, it was as late as what? 2015. Things now have improved, isn't it? We have the 40 million what? So many things. So you find now, things might not be as bad as what? As bad as this. Okay? But now if you do back titration, and now take the 123 million tons, which will be an aggregate of this, and this. That means that will be part of your greenhouse gas inventory and our follow. You get me? So that means that what we are reporting, because in 2015 we reported that total greenhouse gases in Uganda were 90 million tons. I hope now you're understanding the logic I'm giving you. So we said our total greenhouse gases were 90 million tons. Now, when you add what we have estimated under frame which is almost 123 for the last 15 years. That is only forestry. You haven't talked about agriculture. Remember now our highest potential of agricultural soil. We haven't talked about energy and transport, including waste, meaning that our inventory will have a lot of gaps. But the reason we are giving you this is a retreat and all of you are public officers. So you can't pass on this information.
You said it is not a retreat, then it will come to issue.
And if it is there, we discuss confidentiality.
Okay, there is a beach nearby.
So, this figure I'm still talking about is the one which will disturb us on the Cancun safeguard G. Okay? Risk of reversal, risk of displacement. Now, how did the Zambians lock all of you in? They gave guidance on how we should have a national forest management system. And what is going to happen to the future senior and the key forest officers of developing countries? You are going to fight between the information you put in the national forestry monitoring and the greenhouse gas index. You're going to box each other until you consolidate your information. Because if you don't, you will find it difficult to report on how you are addressing risk of reversals and risk of what? Displacement. Still, we are still under the Warsaw framework. Part 3, the safeguards. Now I come to the Fauzas. So we all know that there was a huge drive for conservation, sustainable forest management, and so forth and so on. Sorry. The money. Thank you for your patience. Okay. REDD plus safeguards. So we all know that every good deed has an hidden what? Has an hidden bad deed also. Have you seen people who are so generous? Those people who donate in church. Remember the story of Pablo Escobar? He's one of the greatest donors. But he was a terrible thief. So, yes, we all want REDD plus, we want to reduce emissions, we want to be sustainable forest management, but we know it affects some people. It will affect forest and adjacent what? Community. In forestry, we used to have a course called the forestry economics and the forestry governance and law. Now, whenever you go to forestry governance and law, you are introduced to properties of commons. And in forestry economics, you are told how you send PV values always be positive. Now, when you go to the common property regimes, you have to take cognizance of everyone around the natural resources, isn't it? We have seen that as states continue to drive strict conservation policy, they also create strict access limits, isn't it? And what happens? People closer to those natural resources end up either left out or restricted on the resources they can harvest. You have had the challenges where communities even can't harvest firewood from some of your places. So what happens? Kauza and team say we need to put conditions to ensure that we do no harm, much as we are coming up with these good practices. And they put in place 7 conditions. These 7 conditions are what we address as the summary. They are what are communicated in the summary of information. And for Uganda, we have already prepared our summary for that period, and it was prepared in 2021. Then the last, the National Forest Monitoring System. If you have noticed, every legislation developed, it must have an M&E. Have you ever seen any law in Uganda which doesn't have a reporting requirement? Just peruse any law you have seen in Uganda that does not have a reporting requirement. So that is the process the UNFCCC has taken. The UNFCCC has made sure whatever thing it introduces, it forces governments to comply voluntarily. It's one of the worst multilateral environmental agreements I have ever been in. Things start jokingly, then now they start to become complicated, and then you have to comply with them. NDCs, we started jokingly, calling them INDCs, we are laughing, we said this one will not see light, bringing the Ugandans in negotiations. Now, if your project is not responsive to NDC, you can't get money from adaptation fund, green climate fund, global environment facility, and bilateral. You can't claim result-based payment if you have not shared information on summary of the information how you are respecting and addressing secondary. So are you seeing how the hooks come in? So here everyone will take, I'm doing my usual work. But when it comes to what Xavier is telling us, the money, how much emissions have you reduced? You are claiming you have reduced 8 million tons. But when we check the activity data you use, you cluster the mature trees, saplings, and everything at the same level. Don't you think there are errors in how we estimated deforestation? So when we run our models, we do our satellite work, from your 8 million you are claiming you have reduced, for us we see 8,000 tons of carbon dioxide. That is one. The second is very good, you have reduced 8 million tons according to our National Forest Monitoring. But you have displaced all indigenous peoples from forestry protected areas. And they are already complaining, even they have a case in High Court of Uganda. So until you determine that case in High Court of Uganda, we are not buying carbon. That is why what? Safeguards are there. National Forest System is there. Now, to make REDD Plus now so robust, even if you pass the math in your National Forest System, they have made sure that your safeguards information system must be open, transparent, and accessible. So they don't have time to call Nathan, we are going to have a mission. They just go on the website and check Have you reported the incidences? How have you addressed them? So in short, that is the building block of the Warsaw framework for REDD+. Next. So what information are we looking for when we say summary of information? So decision 12, CP17, that means COP17. COP17 took place in Durban, if I'm not mistaken, because COP16 was in Cancun. So after Cancun, we came to another beautiful resort called Durban. And there, we recommended that all developing country parties undertaking activities in decision 1 CP16 paragraph 70, which is the Cancun certificate, should provide. You see how we start? We start with the recommendation. Should provide a summary of information on how all of the safeguards referred to in that decision are addressed and respected throughout the implementation of activities. So we first clap hands and said, we are not implementing. Another decision came. Decided that the summary of information referred up there should be provided periodically and be included in the national communication, consistent with relevant decisions of COP. Now, another question. What is the period of a national communication? Anyone in the room knows the period of a national communication? Apart from Xavier? Colleagues, this is your work. Every 4 years, developing countries prepare information on climate change in a quadrennial report, which is a 4-year report for the national communication. Okay? So it's a 4-year report. In English, it's what we call a quadrennial. However, because Uganda, we are good at excuses, we have challenges here. I was with my brother, Opio, when we were with Anthony General. When Anthony General asked us, why have you submitted only 3 national communications? What was the excuse we gave? After 4 years, every developing country is supposed to communicate a national communication to the UNFCCC. But because of capacity, because of poor M&E systems, we have only communicated only 3 national communications. The first, the second, the third. Okay? Ideally, we are supposed to have communicated the 7th national communication, but we only third. Okay? Now, for some of you who would be happy that I haven't started implementing REDD+, they will get you when you are submitting a national communication for Uganda. And someone will say, because there is a consultative group of experts, who will review and say, wait, Uganda is faulting on decision 13, CP17. In their national communication, they have not included something on REDD+. You see how they get you? Then they say you are not complying. Decision 9, CP10 mandated developing countries seeking to obtain and receive result-based payments in accordance with the decision 2. I think that is not CP10. It's supposed to be CP21, not 10. Please correct that. In accordance with decision 2 CP17, shall provide the most recent summary of the information on how all of the safeguards referred to in Decision 1 CP16 have been addressed and respected before they can receive. Before they do what? Without best payment. So, this document, colleagues, you are preparing is a document to determine whether the vintage credits Xavier told you in the morning are worth it. Receiving what? Without best payment. So this is why we tell you that when we are doing these exercises, please invest more energy on them. Because by mere ignoring, as you saw those tables, these guys who are going to pay you, they have younger boys and girls now with artificial intelligence who are only looking for inconsistencies to deny you a payment. So someone is employed to make sure to look and see where your data is faulty. We don't want to buy those carbon credits. Okay? Next. Next. Decision CP12 recommended developing countries. No, I think we finished this one. So, as such, Xavier has told you, they initiated work to also participate in the result-based payment. I remember then the Green Climate Fund at the put aside Xavier, was it 500 million? 500 million. You see, Bazumba are very bright people. May I like them? After they put all these decisions, then they put a date. So they went to Green Climate Fund and they said, we have set aside 500 million for result-based payments for REDD+. Whoever has met the conditions. In international law, there is what we call a front runner and a free rider. Now, the current practice is entice are the front runners and you punish the free rider. So the 500 million was to entice the are the front runners, the likes of Guyana. The interesting thing, the usual big boys in the natural resource conservation are the ones who took the 500 million. And you know them, Indonesia, you know, they have one of the best natural resource management mechanisms. The Guyana has also worked with the help of donors because Guyana, 84% of the country is forest. That one you know. Our neighbors here, Congo, so they are those front runners. So, for Uganda, we had our soy, and our soy, this was its outline. And the soy was looking at how we have addressed and respected the safeguards. And we highlighted how we have implemented the World Bank safeguard policies and processes as part of our FCPF engagements. Remember, Uganda was an active participant in the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility. But one of the things which still torment me, after all of those years, these guys refused to buy credits from us. They claim we came late. You hear those excuses. After they have taken you through a rigorous process, then after they say that you are late. Huh? So we developed the environment and social management framework, a process framework, indigenous peoples planning framework, but it was only limited to the forest-dependent indigenous peoples. Next. This is how we summarized our safeguards. This was now a whole summary. Don't ask me how were you respecting, how were you addressing. I'm doing for you some. With the first safeguard international conventions, we said our ownership and participation, the policy and the legal is clear, the National Forest Plan. By the way, have we updated the National Forest Plan? I think we haven't updated the National Forest Plan. The same applies also the REDD Plus strategy. It is revision exactly. Next, on transparent and effective national forest governance structures, we provided information. We provided these structures. Are they still operational? Do you still have a REDD Plus steering committee? You have had the evidence enough than once. Minutes of what? Of meetings. Okay? Do you have a national technical committee? Does it sit? Because Nathan's work would be to come and get the evidence when it's doing internal audit for you first. You have the information. You have the task forces. Are they operational? And are they fully constituted? Because now this is the information you reported. Where are they? Now, police. The reason why we labor to take you through what you first share, that if things have changed over, please update. You get me? The reason why I love these processes, in the NDC process, Uganda is going to do the third NDC. When we developed the first NDC, colleagues, when they were working on the second NDC, they wanted to start everything new. I told them you are joking. You have to start with what you prepare. And the condition is, whatever sector you put in the NDC, you don't remove it. You continue doing what? Reporting on it. That's why countries like Rwanda have refused to put forestry in their NDC. For them, they refuse to put forests. So whatever sector you put, so when colleagues here were happy, they wanted also to include oil and gas, I told them, put it on your list. If things go manyanga and you want to remove it, this NDC will always be for you. The first way is to put oil and gas until we sort ourselves with someone. Now, this is the same information that in our second summary, which you are going to be taken through by Xavier later, tomorrow, today, is you have to see what is the progress of these REDD Plus transparency structures. Are they transparent? Do you know when these meetings are to take place? Do they share the minutes publicly? You see, those are the principles of transparency. Huh? Nothing. I remember we had a good governance working group.
I was the secretary. The chairman retired.
Those are the updates. Those are the updates we need to put. Okay? It is going to be an interesting exercise because you have to compare where you started from, where you are. Then we said that we have participatory structures at sub-national level for forest-dependent people. Are those participatory structures operational? If not, why? Okay? Development and approval of REDD Plus strategy implementation framework also had the benefit sharing agreements. These are the grievance redress mechanism, ISMEF, safeguard information. We are developed with sufficient consultations. Do we have the evidence of consultation? For example, I'm happy to tell you today, you are, I think, the first consultation on the soil. And the evidence is we have a what? A recording, which we are just going to load on the ministry page. Whoever wants evidence that we asked you on the soil, we give you the YouTube link. See, people sat, gave their comments. Nathan said the chairman retired. Simple. Now, that is the nature of evidence, which is going to be loaded on our safeguard information system. People no longer want to look for these hard papers of your attendance list. No. They want real-time what? Evidence. Next. Knowledge and rights of indigenous peoples. When you people you are saying we are all indigenous, I was smiling, saying, well, you are joking. You are all indigenous. You see fire who is indigenous. So you say forest dependent people, indigenous people that actively participated in REDD+ steering committee, National Technical Committee. The process is leading to the design of those beautiful documents and the participation of those people. Now, if you have these people's representatives, then at the same time you are saying all of you are indigenous. So who is saying the right thing? The document or you, the officer listening? You see how our inconsistencies cause us problems. An indigenous people's planning framework was developed to enhance participation in the forest dependent indigenous people. So why did you develop the IDPF if all of you are indigenous? So you can see the things. Remember, we triggered the World Bank safeguard on indigenous peoples. Did we?
Yes, we do.
Next, full and effective participation of stakeholders. Now, I never knew the gravity of stakeholder participation in the policy process until when the cabinet starts to send documents back because of lack of evidence for stakeholder participation. And I remember Zambia used to make sure every meeting he goes, we would photocopy. We would photocopy documents. Then I used to ask myself, but why is Zambia photocopy? So later on, I knew that this man was collecting evidence of what? Stakeholder participation and engagement. I need to know that cabinet also requires stakeholder, stakeholder participation on a cabinet member. So in REDD+, this is what we have already said. Is it still happening or things have changed? Remember, we have prepared the first summary. So I'll ask my colleague Miriam and Irene. Where are you? Irene is there. Please make sure you share the first soil today. That's that when tomorrow people are looking at the soil too, you can make reflection. Next, actions are consistent with conservation of natural forests and biological diversity, and enhance other social and environmental benefits. One time I was in a donor meeting, and the donor asked me, what is Uganda's policy on forests? If I ask such a question, what do you respond? I was busy trying to sip good tea. I was in the boardroom of this donor. You see, this is why I hate now interacting with them. They ask you difficult questions out of the blue. So, and it was EU, and you know EU is one of our investors when it comes to forest. Now he's asking me, hey Robert, how are you? What's Uganda's policy on forests? I first started to sip twice. You sip. And then I said, it's a mixed approach. We are doing conservation, we are doing strict nature reserve, also we are doing plantation. Okay. Then later, I had to look for the forestry police. What the forestry police said, luckily enough, all the things I said were in objection of the forestry policy. I said, now I'm covered. So anytime we will approach you and say, hey, look, what's your focus now on REDD plus? Then you say, we are not yet implementing REDD plus. Stop. You know, 50 sites. So colleagues, you need also to be very clear. REDD plus options were subjected to a CESA, which confirmed consistency with conservation of natural forests. So you can see, I knew that by the time I say, we'll do conservation, that will be it. Then I remembered, we also do SPGS. SPGS is plantation. I said, also we do plantation. Then you add on, you just confuse them there and then. They review. ASMF addresses confirm the environment and social concerns were prepared, meditation of the strategies. Next, actions to address risks of reversals to ensure sustainability. An assessment of perceived risks and their respective mitigation measures were undertaken and incorporated in the REDD plus strategy and action plan. An SIA was developed and capacity for implementation across national and subnational levels. When you go to District Forest Service, my friend, and ask them this information, they just look at it. Now imagine they have sent an auditor to come and check if this UNSIS is also used at subnational level. Someone has gone to the District Forest Office of Kabera Mine. Even he has never heard of SIS in the documents he has been sharing. Next, actions to reduce displacement of emissions. So more or less the same information we used on the other. Next. So there are good recommendations which were made in the first soil. And I thought as a good practice as a country, you need to show how the first recommendations you made, you have progressed on them. So meaning that tomorrow you will help us to tell us how far, because you are the people who are manning the forests on a daily. Ratification of ILO 69 on indigenous and tribal people, domestication of Paris Agreement, enact legislation to the policy, strengthen enforcement of existing policy. I think this one is a white one. Amend the right to access to information. We have had graphics, isn't it? Don't you think some of those small units were also reduced or combined? Someone needs to check if RAPEX also touched UCC, UBC, and others. Huh? Access to information regulations to remove unnecessary and constitutional restrictions to public information. Introduce clear provisions for revenue sharing benefits for REDD plus. But remember, we said we have a benefit sharing arrangement for REDD plus. Next, enforce EIA regulations to improve stakeholder participation. The question will be, does the enforcement of EIA direct the improved stakeholder participation in REDD plus activities? Or what are the other modalities you have been using to improve stakeholder participation in policy processes, strategy, and planning? Enforce existing policies, laws, and regulations. We need to define which ones. Put in place a legislative framework to address displacement of emission. Next. So all that we are not yet done. Now, as usual, I had to fly to 3 countries like Zambia. I flew to Vietnam, I put it in red. I flew to Brazil, and I also flew to Guyana. The reason I put Guyana because also it has black people like me. Just like Brazil. Now, on the comparison is based on, I think, 4 parameters. The first parameter is the approach. How were these countries approaching soil? Either the first soil or the second. For Vietnam, it's the first soil. Guyana and Brazil is the second soil. Let's start with Vietnam. Vietnam is one of the front runners in these outbreaks, and it's one of the emerging economies. It's one of the largest recipients of climate finance, meaning they have had robust systems. Now, Vietnam applies, the way it applies addressing and respecting safeguards in its soil in the same way it is applying it in its safeguard system. Okay? And what for them they understand by saying you have addressed safeguards. Please, colleagues, note those words, that the governance arrangements are relevant to the contents of Cancun safeguards, including their policies, laws, and regulations. Keyword, governance arrangement. What they understand by safeguards are respected. Governance arrangements are working in place together with the resultant outcomes of their implementation. Okay? For them, what they did, they went and described each safeguard across 2 parameters. What are the key terms in each safeguard? Pick out the key terms. Like, you remember the safeguard we started with? Like the first one is on what? Consistency with international convention, blah, 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 blah. So, for them, the key word was there, international convention. So what did they do? They first went to their Ministry of Foreign Affairs and they asked for instruments of ratification of international conventions relevant to forests. And they got their list of instruments. Fauza here was a coordinator of MIA's conventions. So Fauza should give us the list of MIAs related to forests. You see? So for them, that's how they approached it. And interestingly, what I noted, they picked out sounding ones. CEDAW, Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. That's a good convention, and you find Uganda, we have done what? Ratified it. It qualifies equity in stakeholder participation, meaning you are showing justification. You don't eliminate women in participation. You see how they connect things? UNESCO on conservation. And you'll find we have ratified the UNESCO. Isn't it? But now how you relate it? When you're talking about those conventions, but remember for us, we might have listed some. Now in the second soil, you can add on. Okay? United Nations Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Yes, you know Uganda is a participant in the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. You participate in those meetings as an observer in New York. You get me? Now there you are qualifying how you recognize indigenous what? Even if you have not legislated against them. So you see how the things relate? What the safeguard means in context of red glass in that country. Now, apart from reading the safeguard verbatim, bring it in your red glass context. for Uganda's REDD plus strategic options, the 7 we developed. How does that imply? Okay. When it comes to indigenous, Vietnam is clear. Indigenous peoples, that term is not used in their constitution and in their legislation. But they are clear. What they use is ethnic minority groups. And that is what the Ministry of Gender also does. Batwa, Benet, Iki, Bunyangabo, all of those are ethnic minorities. Now, the controversy Uganda has, complying with the World Bank safeguards on the current policy arrangement of government. The policy arrangement is me, everyone is indigenous, except a very few of you who are ethnic minorities, and you live in specific territories in Uganda. The net in Mountain Elgon, Iki and Tepetha around the Mountain Moroto, Bunyangabo, Batwa around the Windi Muganyinga. You get me? Those are ethnic minorities and they are territory based. But do they qualify to be indigenous peoples? Now, how do we balance that nomenclature? We go down because I want to finish for Vietnam. On how they are addressing safeguards, Vietnam was interesting. It drew a table, just like the one we drew for Uganda. And in that table, it went and listed all the 7 safeguards. And it had the 4 columns. How the safeguard is addressed across existing policies, laws, and regulations. What are the gaps if it's not addressed? What plans are there to fill those gaps? And what is the responsible institution? In respecting safeguards, now that's what the problem is back in court. They say they respect Cancun safeguards A to E through implementation of PLAs, policies, laws, and regulations. But Cancun safeguards F and G, the reversals and what? And the displacement, because those are actions, isn't it? They said those ones we will talk about them during the implementation today. And they finished their story. The second feature they did in their first story, they also talked about their existing emission reduction payments they are participating in, other information. Let's go to Brazil, go back. Now, these two I'm going to move them concurrently because they are here, their second soil. Okay? For Brazil, its second soil assessed implementation of Cancun safeguards in 1 biome. That is the Amazon biome. And the best results on deforestation reductions for the 4 years. In Uganda, for the soy too, we are saying from 2021 to date, right? I don't remember. We refer to the terms of reference. So they were context specific. For Guyana, they went ahead to give progress and perspectives in how they were setting up their safeguard information what? System. For them, they are telling us, if you want to see how we are respecting safeguards, go to our SIS. So you can see how different countries are presenting their summaries of the information. Brazil did not do a lot of stakeholder consultation. It was clear, it said it used its advisory body for its second soil. Don't disturb us. Because they have already told you how they did it. And what for them they have done in the second soil, They have gone ahead and defined each safeguard in the national circumstance of Brazil. So after you write your first safeguard A, they define it in Brazilian national context. Secondly, they state the objective of that safeguard in the context of Brazil and in the REDD+ dimension. What is the intention of that safeguard? Then they detail how they have addressed that safeguard across policies, laws, regulations. When it comes to indigenous peoples, you know, for them they are clear. They have a national policy on territory and environment of indigenous lands. You see how someone is more elaborate? A policy is there. Guyana. No, you go back. For Guyana, Guyana also defines indigenous peoples, and it has the Meridian Act, which stipulates who an indigenous person is in Guyana. So you can see how different country contexts address issues of indigenous peoples. Next, where now the problems are. Addressing safeguards and respecting safeguards. For Guyana, safeguards F and G were addressed through the monitoring, reporting, and the verification mechanism, and the National Forest Monitoring System. They went on the respecting safeguards to cumulatively report progress against a set of indicators where they are collecting and analyzing information to demonstrate REDD+ activity that they are implementing. For example, they have indicators on restoring of forests, the removal of carbon, and conservation of carbon. For Vietnam, the silent feature Brazil brought in. Brazil has a definite objective under their IGG, under their ombudsman. Who is the ombudsman of Uganda? Now, Betty Kamya, go and check in her instruments, where she has a role to check in case you violate a safeguard in Uganda. Does she have a role? The ombudsman. Guyana went ahead to detail a mechanism of receiving and addressing complaints. One time, I think I asked the safeguards coordinator, is our complaints procedure open and elaborate? Is it open and elaborate? What did you say? I'm still asking. They also highlighted information on stakeholder engagement. Now, colleagues, you'll find from the first soil, you might see that government has done too much. It might be difficult to find you in written format, but you might need to talk to different people to tell you such information to beef up our soil. So, thank you for your attention. That was the overview of the approach. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Robert. I remember at the beginning, asking for people to write the terms of, the expectations. A lot was said about soil. I think this brings us to perspective on what we shall be seeing tomorrow. Unfortunately, Robert, this presentation should have come when the consultant was presenting the exceptional report for this assignment. But nevertheless, we are here as the technical team to guide on what we want to see. the picture with the soil, it's not like the monitoring report which you fill in a template with a defined format. So we can choose how our summary of information would look like and the details therein. We task the consultant at the beginning to benchmark on some of these that have been put in place. But I think this is actually us into the discussions for tomorrow. So unless there are any specific questions for Robert, for now, or you have them for tomorrow. But at least we know that tomorrow when we are looking at these documents, we have at the back of our minds what we should be looking out for. So are there any quick responses to this presentation? So,
Yes. Robert, thank you very much for this. Summary information. Anyway, actually, just like you said, this has been ushered us, so it's ushering us into tomorrow's discussion, and I'm thinking of the view that it is shared so that members during their enjoyment in the evening can be able to go through so that when Xavier is presenting, we are able to actually look through and also assess and maybe assess the progress or improve on the progress or propose what we may think we have been left out. That's my channel.
okay, sharing the information. Miriam, I think we can as well share the second soil. And I heard that Robert also said you share soil one. What we going to share in this presentation? Okay. So I don't know what engagement you are going to have in the evening, as she's saying, but how it would be good if we got time to scan through the documents before the discussions. That's how we're going now. Colleagues, it is already 6. I think we have been as resilient as the Brazilians. No, but you said this Brazilians have been. So I think we should close this. We are adjourning for now. Let's meet tomorrow. We intend to not to go beyond lunchtime. So if we come earlier, we can be able to also finish early enough. Enjoy your evening. Thank you. Sorry. How do you again the choice? Thank you.